happy to join with you today in what will go down in history as the greatest demonstration for freedom in the history of our nation. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will they be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day, even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream. My poor little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a
dream today. Good evening, everybody. Happy birthday to the late, great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Without him, a lot of freedoms for African Americans and POCs alike would not exist. So we have to give honor and respect to those who come before us and continue the legacy that they left so that those who come behind us can have a freedom that we already have. Whether it be tainted or limited, we are free. Happy birthday to Brandy. It is Brandy's birthday. Happy birthday, girl. Brandy's always supportive. She's always here, whether I'm on Instagram or on YouTube. She's always contributing. I love you and I appreciate you, Brandy. Plus, she live here in Cleveland. We from the land. She from the land, beach. So happy birthday to you. I hope everybody had a good day. I'm exhausted. But we're going to do this. Okay, we're going to talk about Monday Night Raw. All right. So I am going to give you guys the cliff notes, and because I didn't watch the show from the beginning. So those of you who know a little bit more than me, which is usually the case, as y'all chime in, I will add y'all comments in and give my perspective on the show. So we're going to dive right in and get started. All right. Let's look at the opening scenes. Yes. So it seems like Becca had a match. Her and Piper were in a match. And her and Piper were in a match against Bianca and Liv. They had Becky come out and cut her long-ass promo per the usual. Oh, that's good. And watched her cut her promo in the beginning. Piper came out there and essentially told her, if you thought you were giving yourself a break by getting into this match with me, instead of going back after Bianca or Liv again, or more specifically after Bianca, then you have royally screwed yourself. Which in a sense, I can understand Piper's frustration with that, and more specifically, if Becky's thinking she's going to be a walk through a park, she is mistaken. Piper is no easy feat. She is a formidable opponent. Despite how her character is presented, she still is one of the best female wrestlers on that roster, and Becky's going to have a hard time in that ring against her. Whether she wins, loses, or draws, Becky's going to get her ass kicked in that match. So Piper is 100% right. Despite her winning or losing, Piper's going to give Becky a true ass whooping, and that's all of us could, any of us could ask for at this point, and that's a good thing. So this match happened between Becky and Doudrop versus Bianca. Looked cute. I liked her abstract art kind of gear. I thought that was really cute. I like when Bianca changes up her gear and puts on new things. It really, Bianca really be tearing shit up. She don't be sitting up there waiting for people to tell her nothing. Bianca go out there and do the damn thing. And she's always very good with her gear. her gear is always on point. Hair's always right. Minimalist in makeup. She focuses more on her lipstick, which I can appreciate because sitting in a chair for an hour and a half for eyeshadow is not the business. So sis is like, listen, give me some good lashes, put some foundation on my face, and then give me some lipstick and I'm good. I don't need nothing extra, honey. Okay? So they had this match between Piper, Bianca, Liv, and Becky. Ultimately, it ended up with Becky getting her ass kicked in the end. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know who won the match because I didn't watch it. Didn't plan on watching it. But this was the last image that I came in on, and Becky ended up getting bested by Piper after the match was over, I presume. So y'all gonna have to tell me in the comments what happened in the match because I don't have no clue as to who won and how it ended up like this. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Good for Piper, I guess. I mean, if that's a solidifying pin, sure. When nobody finished curling, why didn't nobody finish curling Becky here at the bottom? Well, usually when you do that kind of a wave, it's more of a wave pattern than it is a curl. It's not supposed to be fully curled at the bottom. So I think it was more like they were doing like a beach wave type of thing with Becky's hair. So I wasn't mad at it. Okay. So somebody's going to get their ass kicked. Somebody's going to get their wig split. One of the few times Mark Henry was right. And Piper beat up Becky after the match. They were arguing throughout the match. Okay. So they weren't a solidified team. So the WWE's greatest moniker of will they be able to coexist was obviously a big ass hell to the no. They couldn't. But Piper got the pin. They were arguing throughout the match. They got the argument spilled over, and this is where we ended up with Becky laid out crying, prostrated before the Lord, and Piper standing over her like a massive titan. We'll have to wait and see at Royal Rumble if this is how it ends up for Becky, titleless. I doubt it, but okay. I kind of laughed when Becky called Piper doo-doo. I just don't care for the name, so I didn't care. What I did come in on was this. This was the Alpha Academy's graduation ceremony. I'm going to skip around. I'm not going to go in order. I came in on this part. This was kind of funny to me. So, for whatever reason, they decided to do a celebration of these two idiots graduating like they really graduated. And they stood there. Meanwhile, the RK Bros are still in their feelings about losing their tag team titles, which rightfully so, they very much should be. They weren't in the best of moods when it came to this title loss. So they came out there to ruin the celebration, and they did. Chad Gable ended up suffering an RKO, and Riddle did his thing up against that human lima bean. So I guess, next week you're going to have an Alpha Academy challenge of academics, it said. So, child, I mean, I appreciate the segments that are cute and campy. I just feel like this is just going to make Riddle look even more stupid. I mean, sure, whatever. So, the next thing that we had, well, not this, but we had Kevin Owens actually having a KO show. And his KO show featured none other than his bestie of besties, Seth freaking Rollins. Now, Seth Rollins came out there dressed to the nines today once again. The ceremony was my favorite part from tonight's Raw. I'm sure, I didn't watch the ceremony in its entirety. I thought it was campy. It was pretty much the campy aspect of it. And I just was like, okay, I'm going to mute this on you. I didn't care to watch it. But if you loved it, I'm not going to shit on it. If you loved it, that's great. Anyways, you had these two lovebirds in the ring, pretty much glowing each other up. Seth came out there and with his tiger print tan suit on. I like the tiger print jacket. I love the jacket. I don't like the pants. I wish the pants were solid black, and I wish his shirt was solid black. But I get the concept of it. It's just, for me, when King Troy dresses him, and I know that he's doing everything in his power to be avant-garde and outside the box, because that's how he dresses. He dresses avant-garde and outside the box, which is cool. It's cute. But I feel like Seth is in his best bag when he is very simplistic and not neutral in color and tone or print, but just classic. Like, one thing is what you focus on, everything else cohesively flows together. And when he does stuff like this, it just makes it look like it's tacky. And that's just what I hate. Chad said, Riddle, have you ever graduated anything? And I replied, high school. Hell no. Well, that's true. It's just a lot going on, and the eyes don't know where to focus when it comes to that. But this little love fest between these two led to a match between Damien Priest and Kevin Owens tonight. That match was actually pretty decent. I liked the match. He did provoke Damien and his Priest. His Priest side was there, and then the Damien side came out, and that's where he got the best of him. He used his alter ego to his advantage, and Kevin Owens was ultimately able to pick up the win over Damien Priest. So it is what it is, you know. Yes, it's given tacky. I don't think that was the intention, but it's not the greatest look that he's came up with. So, anyways, Kevin Owens picked up a W over Damien Priest. I wouldn't mind seeing KO with the United States Championship, if we're going to be honest. I feel like it would bring, it's like, hi, Tirza. It's like a whole level of fun that you could bring with Kevin holding that title. So it's interesting that they started him and Damien Priest on a path of fighting each other. What else did we get today? We also got this, which I'm gonna just let that sink in for a little bit. We got this. And this was my face the whole time. Cause why? Just why? Like, I'm just curious as to why. I haven't even gotten there yet. Like, I'm gonna get to that. Don come in right out the gate. Like, we didn't even get to that part yet. We're still talking about the show itself. The whole match, throw it away. Everything about it, just throw it in the garbage. Okay? All right. Now, Beth Phoenix and Edge were given an invitation to talk today. I was talking out loud, babe. It was rhetorical because I was looking for the clip to put in. Anyways, Beth Phoenix and Edge got invited to the ring by Maurice, I guess, to confront Beth Phoenix. I didn't really listen to the speech. I didn't care. I'm serious. I just didn't care about it. It wasn't something that I wanted to hear. Maurice came out there with a bag, and every time she comes out there with a bag, I clearly and obviously know that she's going to use it. There's no plausible reason for her to bring a bag to the ring, any clutch, handbag, or anything. There's no reason for that. So when she does that, it's off. It feels off, and I know that she's going to use it in some way. Edge and Beth were both out there. Edge was able to get the drop on Miz per the usual, but Beth underestimated Maurice and doesn't feel that she is of any consequence to her in any way, shape, or form. So she just simply turned her back on the woman. And that's how she was able to hit her in her back and lay her out. Now, Maurice was slow to get out the ring, but in the end, she revealed that she had a brick in her bag. And she hit the woman in the back with a brick. Now, you a punk ass bitch. I'm sorry. But that is one of the biggest punk bitch moves I have ever seen in my life. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I didn't watch it. I didn't listen to it. I just didn't want to listen to it. Because it was this tactic used by Miz and Maurice, which is divide and conquer. They do this often. And to me, I see where it's gonna head. So watching it play out wasn't worth the end result. But that's just me personally. If you enjoyed the show or you enjoyed that part of the show, that's great. I don't have any issues with that. I'm just saying, me personally, because I've seen them do this so many times and I've seen this play out this way so many times, I've lost interest in the aspect of this particular juncture. These two going up against each other, I've lost interest in it. And while it'll probably end up being Miz and Maurice who gets the win at Royal Rumble, I'll just be glad that it's over, honestly. I was okay with it in the beginning. I've been okay with it in the middle, but towards the now I'm at the point where I just want it to end as soon as possible. I could be just, going through one of the things, but that's just me personally. They are going to have a tag team match at Royal Rumble, and it is what it is. So, yeah, there we go. We also had another women's match, or a beatdown by one of the girls. Nikki Turncoat was out there, and she pretty much said that, I did what I did because Rhea Ripley turned her back on me. She ain't want to be my friend no more. She ain't want to be my partner no more. So I did what I did because that's why. And that don't mean I'm not a superhero no more. That just means Nikki had a lot of explanations, but really what she said was, I got to that bitch first before she got to me. If she should have just said that, a lot of people probably would have respected that over anything else. The reality is, Nikki ASH is a heel now. She is no longer a hero. She is a villain like Homelander. She is the Homelander of WWE. Smiles in your face and shoots you in your back when you turn around. And then we had... Okay. Carmella irritates my soul. And I don't mean it in a bad way, but she just gets on my damn nerves. And so do Vega. Both of them dress like they going to the club all the time. And while sometimes that aesthetic works, it seemed like Carmella's basic aesthetic is Fashion Nova club attire, and Zelina's basic aesthetic is cosplay avant-garde, and it really does not work with either of them. It doesn't work. They come out, sometimes Zelina's shit be ill-fitting. Carmella's shit is always of this aesthetic. It is some animal print, shiny, or, it's got some type of weird off color to it. It's got crystals on it, or it's black. And she makes sure her boobs are out. It's just an aesthetic that's just getting tired. I'm just tired of her. I am tired. I'm so sick of it. Off topic, but this weather here is fucking crazy. I went to take the trash out this morning and the snow came up to my knees. I ain't been outside since before it started snowing. And when it started snowing, a bitch said no. We live in Cleveland, and it is freezing cold here. and it snowed all night, and the snow came up to my husband's knees, and my husband's, I think AJ's 5'11", almost 6 feet. I'm not sure. He's taller than me. He much taller than me. That's all that matters. And if the snow come up to his knees, and I know damn well it's probably gonna come up to my waist, so I'm not going no motherfucking where. Okay, I'll sit my black ass right here. But anyway, Miz and Maurice are the reason why this isn't popping the way that it should. They're doing things that they always do, and it's predictable. Like, when does Maurice ever carry a purse? Like, we all knew she was gonna do that damn thing, right? That's what kind of, I guess that's what's kind of taking me out. Is I kind of know where they're coming from, and I kind of know where this is heading. This has happened over and over again. It happens all the time, and I'm so used to it that I don't like. I'm not interested because I know what they're going to do. I pretty much have their playbook written out, and I feel like that should be part of the story, that their playbook is already recognized, and this shouldn't have even, and I hate to say it, but Beth shouldn't even got caught up by this. But when you look at the story, and then you look at how Beth doesn't consider Maurice to be a threat, it's plausible. It makes sense. I just wish they executed it better. It doesn't look clean. It always looks like somebody's waiting for something to happen. Like, if Beth Phoenix had ran to the ropes and then turned around, had ran to the ropes and then kind of backed up a little bit and was like, Edge, and then he was just like, turn around, and then before she turned around, she hit her in the back. Or if Maurice was quick enough to hit the woman in the back when she turned her back. I think the issue is timing. It's the timing with them, and it looks like people are waiting for shit to happen. We can see the cues. It's like, okay, Beth got to turn around. 1, 2, 3, boom. There it is. It's like Maurice is not catching the timing on time, and everybody just looks like they're just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 counting, and I don't know. I don't know no other way to explain it, but that's the thing. Let me get back to these two heifers because they irritate my soul. I can't help it. Carmella irritates me too. Do you like cold weather? Hell no. No. No, I don't. I love seeing Big Edge and Beth working together. However, Maurice isn't holding up her end of this feud. Maurice is a bad actor. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people love Maurice. I like Maurice outside of WWE and outside of her character. I think she's great, but she's a bad actress, and she never really sells it. Like, her husband is a better actor than she is, and it shows. But she's a bad actress. Like, everything she does, you can pretty much telegraph 100% where it's going, and it shouldn't be that way. Like, her promos ain't hitting the way it should be either. Yeah, it's a bit cringe after a while. It's not hitting anymore for me. So I'm out. These two heifers I'm getting sick of. Now here's where I had a problem with this whole segment with Cross, them, and Ripley. Once Rhea Ripley got attacked last week, these two should no longer be involved in their feud. They should be moving on to something else. If they wanted to, they can move on to SmackDown and put together a team on SmackDown to go up against these two bitches. But they should not be on Raw arguing with two women who are fighting amongst themselves, and they are no longer a team, and you two are the only team left. Now, I see where this is going. These two are champions so that Brie and Nikki can come back and become tag team champions. They're going to be face champions. Whether they're faces or heels, I don't give a damn. I probably wouldn't give a shit. So unless that's the way they're going to go, these two bitches got to go. I don't care. I don't want to see them arguing with these two women that are not competing for your belts. That don't make no damn sense to me. Your asses should be sitting in the back somewhere figuring out your next move when it comes to being champions. Okay? You should not be coming out there still antagonizing Nikki and Rhea when you got the belts. So it's like being the moon barking at a dog. That don't make no fucking sense. This is stupid. Okay? But it's on brand for two mediocre bitches. That's the best way to explain it. It is very on brand for these two tacky, mediocre bitches. I don't know no other way to explain it, but Carmella and Zelina Vega irritate my motherfucking soul. They are the bane of my existence. And it is really based off of the simplicity of their characters. They have nothing else going other than they're pretty and they believe they're superior. That is it. You don't have shit else. You, Carmella, you rely on that super kick like that is the only move you know how to do. When your ass first came to the main roster, when you came to the main roster and you was on SmackDown, you actually wasn't that bad. You were a little bit green, but that code of silence you had as a finisher, well, as a submission move was fucking dope. I thought that was dope. Okay, you had some moves in there that I thought, okay, she got promise. And then you start relying on this motherfucking super kick shit. And that's what took me out. As far as Vegas is concerned, I've been waiting for people to show me, or at least for me to see what everybody else has been seeing, because I don't see nothing in Zelina Vega. I see her as a great talker on occasion when she ain't doing this fake accent bullshit. I see that. But then she just... ring-wise, she don't give you nothing. It don't matter who she go up against. It doesn't matter. It is mediocre. And I'm just like, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. I know we need balance. I know there has to be some mid-card level people in there, some high-tier, happy, hot top-tier talent people have to be in there. I am not mad at that. But it is so irritating to watch these two on television. I truly don't like either of them in their characters. They irritate me. They fucking irritate me. They really, really do. I'm sorry. I just had to go in on that. They just get on my goddamn nerves. They really do. They really, really do. They just piss me the fuck off. Side note, I didn't watch SmackDown on Friday because it's my boyfriend's birthday, but I love seeing Lita back. I have a feeling she'll be the one to win the Rumble and face Charlotte at Mania. You know what? I'm glad Lita is there, but I don't want to see. I know that they're probably going to have a match with her and Charlotte at some point, seeing as how Charlotte already beat Trish Stratus. But I feel like that should be a SummerSlam match and not a Mania match, seeing as how Trish didn't go to WrestleMania with her. And I just, that's not something that I want to see. Although I know it's coming, it's just not something that I want to see. It ain't nothing else to move to, child. It's got to be something. It's got to be fucking something. They got to figure out something. They got to figure out something, Don, because I can't take this shit no more. I just can't. I can't do it. These hoes is always in these. It's always Nikki and Rhea. They ain't focused on nobody else. It's always them two bitches. And I'm like, y'all can't figure nothing else out. And then if this is the killer, they're not a team anymore. You just saw her attack the girl last week. Now that that's over, because you ain't got shit else to do, this is where we at. No, go sit your ass in the back. Go sit the fuck down. You, them sequins, and that fucked up ass crown you keep sporting around with that tacky ass tarp you call a cape. Go sit your ass down. I don't want to see you no more. I'm tired of it. You say that loud, and I immediately frown. Well, it is what it is, baby. The Bellas are probably coming back. If these bitches can wrestle in this Royal Rumble, more than likely they will come back, and they will be the ones to challenge for those tag team titles, and they will be the last team to hold those tag team titles. Watch what I tell you. Tiff, we should call them the annoying puppets. No, I just don't want to see them. Although with Bianca declaring herself in the Rumble, which would be awesome if she's the first two-time Women's Royal Rumble winner. But I have a feeling Lita might win it. I wouldn't give it to Lita, honestly. But with Charlotte being in it, I wouldn't give it to her. I'd have her eliminate Charlotte and let a Raw superstar win the Royal Rumble. And then I would have Charlotte and Lita and Naomi battle it out together. I'd make them go in together. Or I'd have Charlotte drop that title to Naomi, let Naomi go into Mania as champion, and then they just have a marquee match with Lita and Charlotte, and just let it be Charlotte going over on Lita if that's what they want to do. But I wouldn't have Charlotte drop her title to Lita. Mama would have Charlotte have the title and then wrestle Lita in a title match at Mania. I wouldn't do that. I just wouldn't do that. Or Naomi win. Kind of miss seeing Zelina stumbling down the ramp in stilts. I do think Bianca is winning the Rumble this year. I don't know. It's possible for Bianca to win. Zelina is a perfect example of someone who could add some couple new movesets, but her in-ring really hasn't done anything. I saw somebody on IG say Zelina and Carmella are the last main roster tag team. Is that true? I literally just said I don't think that they're going to be the last ones. They're building up those two so that they can fight the Bella Twins. The Bella Twins more than likely are coming back to get those titles, be the last tag team champions, and then retire again. More than likely, they're going to retire them belts and go sit their asses back at home. That's 100% probably what's going to happen. And more than likely, they're going to do this shit at Mania. Mark my words. I love Lita, but I don't want to see her win the Rumble. I would rather Shotzi face Lita at Mania than Charlotte and Lita at Mania. The marquee match is better with Charlotte and Lita than it is with Shotzi and Lita. While I agree, I think both of their aesthetics work, and it'd be fun to watch them wrestle each other. I think that's a match, again, that's a match made for one of the other pay-per-views. I would build Shotzi and Lita up to a pay-per-view that's actually fun to watch. So it'd be SummerSlam. It'd be what happens? Money in the Bank would be a good spot for that. It'd be something like that I would build that kind of matchup for. What I miss? You didn't really miss anything, baby. Hell yeah. Allegedly, Carmella is injured, so if that's the case, then she should really sit her ass the fuck down. I agree. She just gets on my fucking nerves. And I really started to realize that she irritated me a while back, but she just gets on my damn nerves. I mean, Lita's side plates are on the WWE shop, and they do look rather pretty. Don't want her to hold the belt, though. I really would love for Naomi to win because realistically, Bianca does not need to win. I agree. She'll be the one to face Becky at Mania anyway and win that title back. I don't think she needs to win the Rumble to do that, which is why I said somebody else could win. But I would not give that win to Lita. I just wouldn't. I would have Lita. I don't know. I would have her pull a Daniel Bryan. Like Daniel Bryan weasel his way in on Edge's match at Mania. And I would have, I don't know how I would do it, but I wouldn't do it so that somebody would lose their opportunity. It would have to be Lita, and I wouldn't have had Lita in this match to begin with. Lita would have came back for the Rumble, and then she would have got eliminated maybe by Charlotte, or and then they could compound on that. But I would have waited to pull the trigger on this probably around SummerSlam is when I would have done it, because I just feel like that's a better slot. In Mania, I want other people to get opportunities, and with the Rumble, it is truly the biggest opportunity for everybody because the actual winners occasionally get eliminated and they have to find someone else to win. So with that being said, this usually is the biggest opportunity for everybody who's in the Rumble to actually be a part of Mania. So it is what it is. I'd rather somebody else win that Mania shit than win the Rumble than Lita. I do. If Sasha not back in time, then hell yeah, Naomi take that SD Women's title because Charlotte versus Lita does not need to be a title. With all respect to Lita, Lita don't need the damn belt, period. Sasha's not coming back before the Rumble. She is out indefinitely. Sasha will be back probably after they go to Jaddah, which I'm getting ready to talk about in a minute. I'm getting ready to go back on the clips for Monday Night Raw, and then we'll move on to other topics. I feel like Charlotte going to eliminate Mickie James. I mean, okay, whatever. I don't care. Well, if the Bellas win, they better not get mad and expect the same energy because they be the same people that are currently pushing for a Bella's reign. What? Oh, okay. Really, I don't care. I kind of figured this is what they were doing. They're going to bring those the tag team titles are being put on these two because they know people don't like their characters and they feel like this is the best way to bolster the Bella Twins as a face champion. Plus, they want to hold those tag team titles since Sasha and Bayley fought to get them introduced. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? They're going to hold the titles long enough to be champions. And then they're going to go sit down. Like, they're not going to be there long. I'm telling you. The Bellas can always and forever sit their non-wrestling asses down. Them winning titles is evident, but I don't think they'll retire them altogether. They can go the fuck home and stay there, though. I think they are going to retire in Tirza. I really do. They're not doing anything with the tag team division for the women. The titles are there, but they're not moving. They're not moving around, and they never did. They introduced them way too soon, and they should have just introduced a mid-card title first, then built up the women's division enough so that it was a plausible tag team division. They did not do that. And it is what it is. You know? Oh, wow. I don't know. Sasha's injury was that bad. She's going to be out past the Rumble. She'll be back but right around the time they go to Jaddah. Because she got injured a few weeks ago. She'll be back right around the time they go to Jaddah for the EC. If she goes when they go to Jaddah, it's up to her. I don't know. But she'll be around Mania time. She will be there. She just won't be involved in the Rumble. That's all. She just got injured. Sasha will be out 6 to 8 weeks. That's not that long. It's about a month. And 2 weeks, 8 weeks is 2 months. So she might be out for the most part of January, the better part of February, and maybe early March. She'll be back. So they need to push Charlotte in EC. I watched that. Charlotte hasn't been in Elimination Chamber, has she? She the only one of the 4 horsewomen who hasn't been in there. However, I feel it'll be Becky if they do give women that match. So she hasn't been in that chamber. Okay, that's the one match that's eluded her. All right, we're going to move on to the next thing that happened for the night, which was Bobby Lashley going up against Seth Rollins. This match wasn't bad. And y'all know I don't give a fuck about Bobby Lashley. This match wasn't bad. It was actually fairly decent between these two. Seth was able to counter Bobby Lashley beautifully. He made sure he kept him grounded. He attacked the stuff that go in. He attacked his legs, which took away a lot of his power. Seth Rollins is a very smart challenger, and Bobby Lashley underestimated Seth greatly. He thought he was going to be able to power through and beat him down based off of just his power and brawn, but he didn't realize that he was going to have to work for it. So shout out to Seth Rollins for making Bobby Lashley work for this work in this match period. But this match broke down significantly towards the end. The Hurt Business came out there with Shelton and Cedric to attack Bobby, in which they got the drop on Bobby from the beginning, but they moved and got beat down by Bobby and got put through the barricade in a nasty move by Bobby Lashley. This also left Seth Rollins very open and susceptible to being attacked by the Bloodline, to which two members of the Bloodline came out there and took Seth Rollins out with a super kick. He was laid out, and of course, that was a significant message from the Tribal Chief. You came to my place in my home on my island and attacked me and tried to make me look like a fool, and now I've come to your home and attacked you and made you look like a fool. So, here we are, 1-1. And I imagine that Seth Rollins will pop up on SmackDown again while Nino Brown is still ranting and raving about how great of a champion he has been. And now, today, Roman Reigns has successfully beaten Brock Lesnar's title reign for the Universal Championship. On Friday, he was at 500 days. And today, he is past that. All right? So, I gives all props where props are due. Shout out to Roman Reigns and his long, lengthy title reign as the Universal Champion for SmackDown. He's been a overlord of a champion, but Nino Brown has beaten a record nonetheless, so you can't do nothing but respect the Tribal Chief on that level. So, with all that being said, Raw shaped up to be a fairly decent show. There were some matches in between there that I didn't mention. Finn returned this week and went up against Austin Theory, to which he lost to Theory. Also, you had the Street Profits and Rey Mysterio pop up and go up against Dolph Ziggler and who was their partner? Oh, Apollo Crews and Commander Aziz, to which the Street Profits and the Mysterios ended up picking up the W. And they also demonstrated their ability to eliminate each other, including Rey Mysterio eliminating his own son at the end of the match. With all that being said, we're going to move to Jaddah in a minute with the Elimination Chamber. Let me just get out a few things that are simple. So there's a leaked image of the WWE 2K22 Deluxe Edition and the Standard Edition of the game cover. And apparently Mr. Rey Mysterio, the all colorful Rey Mysterio, is supposed to be your cover girl. Put some bass in your walk. Head to toe. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, he's supposed to be your cover guy for WWE 2K22. Now, this is a little bit taboo because this might be subject to change. From what I understand, WWE was hella pissed that the European side of the WWE 2K gamer franchise hit the button and just put out this information. It was not supposed to be debuting for another 3 days. And now this information has leaked and they're pretty pissed about it. Now they're going to make a few changes, it seems. So maybe if they decide to change some things, me personally, I think Bianca should have been on the cover of WWE 2K22 and not Rey Mysterio. Rey Mysterio hasn't had a banger of a year. Me personally, Bianca should have been the chosen cover girl for this game. If you wanted to do a dual cover like they did for Roman and Becky, you very well could have, but Bianca should have been the cover model for this game with the year that she had and the way she carried SmackDown and WWE on her back in the early part of the year. She most definitely earned to be a cover girl for this particular video game. But they say the announcement is coming in 3 days. They put it on their Instagram. Sir, it is what it is, ladies and gents. Now, let me get a couple other things out the way that I wanted to talk about. Like I said earlier, there's some more entrants that have been announced in this Royal Rumble. Liv Morgan and Bianca both have announced they are going to be entering the Rumble along with the other 19 women who are entering the Rumble. So now that puts them at what, 21? Is that kind of right? Because you know I can't count. Anyway, and then for the men, Kevin Owens has announced that he is going to also be in the Royal Rumble. So now, I don't know what number we at because I wasn't counting before. So I don't know, but we close. We haven't filled all the way up to 30 yet, but we are close, ladies and gents. Okay, so that's that when it comes to Monday Night Raw. I think I covered everything. Yeah, I got everything. So we're gonna pause. We're gonna pause for a little break, ladies and gents. Just a little tiny break. Alright?
Smooth for the rhyme, 5 years plus doing musical grind. Fuck hip hop and beautiful grind. I compose unusual lines. I'll prove with a 9 like 5, 6, 7, 8. Let me demonstrate. They need lift spot. This one elevates the act stiff part. This one penetrates like heavyweight. Musical grind, beautiful grind. Heavyweight, usual 9. Like heavyweight London, I wonder my genes, I'm a conjurer. North, east, south and west, I'm a wanderer. Think before I move, I'm a ponderer. Impose my will on a wall, I'm a conqueror. War me, better off death for the opera. Couldn't see my steps with binoculars. Till I'm prosperous, no to react like phosphorus. I said these when I gas helium. Drop that bar in a wheelie bin. Said he's strapped but I'm not believing him. Said he's trapped but I'm not believing him. If I was you, man, I wouldn't be seen with him. Embarrassing, if he talks I'm slapping him. Grabbing him, then kidnapping him. Now they always see him on the news like they vote, I delegate weight. Who wants to war with a region? Beat the beat on streets and decent. Way too sick for the water of streamers. Subway killer, pasta for dinner. Tweet, bear twits on my Twitter. Back in his black, calls on my river. Sweet MCs, we pass that figure.
I am happy to join with you today in what will go down in history as the greatest demonstration for freedom in the history of our nation. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will they be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day, even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
Just a little reminder that it is Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday today, so happy belated birthday to Dr. Martin Luther King, and I highly recommend that you do some research on Martin Luther King beyond just the history books that we read. And with Black History coming up, I'm going to try my hardest to try to introduce Black history facts on my YouTube and on my Instagram. I did it once before with wrestling, and it is a lot of Black history with wrestling that isn't known. It also is many times often repeated. So I want to try and do more widely unknown Black history facts on my Instagram and over here on my YouTube when I actually start my shows, and in the middle when I take little commercial breaks, since I don't have real sponsor yet, which your girl is more than willing to be sponsored, okay? I like the coins. But anyway, let's get into this information. So I mentioned Jaddah before, and Tirza asked, why is Elimination Chamber in Jaddah in the first place? Well, the basic answer for that is every year WWE is contractually obligated to do 2 shows in Saudi. Last year they couldn't due to the pandemic, but when the world finally opened and they were more than willing and ready to go, and they finally opened up in Saudi, they went and they only did Crown Jewel. They owe them 2 shows a year. Now, when it's something like a pandemic happening, they really can't do anything about it, but they are contractually obligated to give them these 2 shows a year. So usually, just like it has been for the last couple of years that this green deal has been done with Saudi, they do a show in the early part of the year, in the better part of the year, and then we have Crown Jewel at the end of the year. So that is what's happening. They decided to use the Elimination Chamber over in Jaddah this year, which is fine. I have no issues with that. I actually really like the Elimination pay-per-view. A lot of people don't like the Elimination pay-per-view or Hell in a Cell because it's the structural based pay-per-views and there's only like 2 matches that are like that. But I absolutely love them. I love Elimination Chamber as a pay-per-view of its own. You can still have other matches there, but the theme of the show is the EC, the structure itself. And that's what makes it so much fun to watch. Plus, they only have 2, which means you have a match early on in Elimination Chamber. They get that out the way. You get a couple palate cleanser matches in between there, and then they do a final Elimination Chamber match, and it is what it is. So I love Elimination Chamber. It's one of my favorite matches, and I'm glad that they are doing it this year because it's fun to watch. Am I glad they're doing it in Jaddah? Not necessarily, but it's happening, babe. Unfortunately, it's happening. There's nothing any of us can really do about it. It's happening. So all of the 4 horsewomen have been in the Hell in a Cell structure, except for Charlotte. I don't think Becky has been in the Charlotte's been in the Hell in a Cell structure. She hasn't been in the Elimination Chamber, excuse me. I don't remember Becky being in the EC. If she has been, I'll check the comments once I get down to the bottom to see if any of y'all remember, but I don't remember her being in it. Becky and Charlotte both haven't been in the chamber. Okay. I personally like the chamber pay-per-view, as do I. I think they the only 2. How Mandy been in the chamber twice and War Games, yet Charlotte and Bex haven't been in there at all because the time frame that they did the Elimination Chamber for the women that Mandy was in the first time, she was in a tag team with Sonya. I only remember her being in the chamber once. I don't remember her being in it twice. Y'all gonna have to remind me. Big E, they talking about the cover. I'm getting some of y'all comments late, just so you know. Big E, yeah, I would put Big E and Bianca on the cover. And the reason why is because, first of all, they have bigger reach than just about any of the biggest stars in the company do. While Seth is a big star, he don't have the same reach that Big E has. He doesn't have the same reach that Bianca has. He doesn't have the same reach that his wife has, and he doesn't have the same reach that Roman has. They have crossover potential, and while Seth can get there, he more than likely can have that and will eventually. He hasn't reached that pinnacle as of yet. He will, though, given the opportunity to be on top in this day and age, and he starts doing interviews and doing late night talk shows and doing movies or TV shows or something like that. He will get the same thing. I find that when they have the black champions, though, they do push them out there more to have more interaction with the mainstream than they do with, say, a more white passing champion or a white champion. So they end up having a bigger reach than their white counterparts, which works out in their favor, if you ask me. That gear Bianca has in the render makes me so mad. That seems cool. It's Ariel's theme song, Don. 15 for the men and 21 for the women, possibly. Thank you, Aaliyah. I appreciate that. Is the game based on the year 2020 only, or is it based on both 2020 and 2021? Dude, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm being honest. I have no freaking clue. I have absolutely no clue whatsoever. None. The game seems to be as updated as it can be on the surface. However, all of the character models that have been shown are from 2020 exclusively. So this means that we might not have a women's chamber match again. I don't understand why you assume that there won't be a women's chamber match. Mandy and Sonya and Sasha and Bailey were all in the first EC women's match and the second one. I don't remember that. I'm being 100% honest. I do not remember that at all. Now here's the deal for the Jaddah thingamajig. So it says WWE is set to return to Jaddah for WWE Elimination Chamber on February 19th. The General Entertainment Authority, in cooperation with WWE, has announced that the Elimination Chamber Premium Live event will be held at the world's largest pillarless dome in Jeddah on Saturday, February 19, 2022. More details of the event will be announced in the coming weeks. The Elimination Chamber show complements the commitment to the General Entertainment Authority to provide the most famous international events and entertainment shows. This show was preceded by several previous partnerships with WWE to present international shows in the kingdom, which achieved remarkable local and international success, including the recent WWE Crown Jewel show in Riyadh season 2021 and WWE Super Showdown in previous Riyadh season in early 2020. So that is what's happening. It is going to happen on February 19th of this year. Okay? The first one was with Bliss and Mickey for the Raw Women's title, and it was right before Asuka's streak was broken. And the second was for the tag belts. I believe you. I just don't remember those two being in the chamber. That's all. I 100% believe you. I just don't remember it. I'm not even trying to be funny. I literally just don't remember it. Okay, what else are we talking about, ladies and gents? I think that's all we got. So just a reminder of Royal Rumble for this year. We already know that we're going to get Bobby Lashley for the WWE Championship going up against Brock Lesnar. We also are going to get this mixed tag team match between the Grit couple and the It couple. We have Roman going up against his former Shield brethren and now turned the visionary Seth freaking Rollins. And then we have Piper going up against Big Time Becky Lynch for the Raw Women's Championship. And in the midst of all of that, we have the big Kahuna Championship possibilities. New challenger for Royal Rumble for the WrestleMania possibilities. You have the 21 women, 21 women that have entered into the Royal Rumble and have been announced, from Mickie James, the current women's knockout champion, and of course the current Raw Women's Champion, and countless of others, from Bianca to Liv and Rhea Ripley, Naomi, Aaliyah, Shotzi, Natalya, Shayna, the tag team champions, Nikki Bella and her sister Brie, Lita. You've got a lot of legends and former and future icons in this particular Royal Rumble for the women. It's very eclectic and everything seems to be extremely balanced, which I can appreciate. There is still room to add more. There are supposed to be 30 participants in this Royal Rumble match, so there is still room for surprises, although some of you will bitch and complain because the Bella Twins were announced. You're upset. Just be glad that they're there. How's that? Okay? In terms of the men, there are 15 men who have announced and declared for the Royal Rumble, former champions and maybe future champions alike, with Kevin Owens and AJ Styles, Sheamus, Big E, and of course Baron Corbin and his no knee having ass. Then you've got Montez and you got Kofi, of course, the former champion, Sami Zayn, and the one non-wrestler who has entered into the Rumble, Mr. Johnny Knoxville, Jackass himself. So that's what the Royal Rumble looks like as of right now. Hoping that this will be a very good match. We're hoping. I mostly remember Mandy being in the first EC because she was the first person to be eliminated in 2 ECs in the first Royal Rumble, which is wild trivia. I don't remember her being in the first Elimination Chamber at all. My memory of Mandy was the second one, where she was attacked in the tag team with Sonya, and she actually did a good job. I have no recollection of her first Elimination Chamber match ever. I have no recollection of it at all. Do you think Saudi will let a women's chamber match? Yeah. I mean, they let them have a triple threat. They had a triple threat title match. I feel like now, as long as they're covered, they can do whatever the hell they want. Do I think WWE would push them to do that? I mean, you gotta make strides somewhere. You gotta make strides somewhere. So yes, I do think they would have a Saudi match for them. Do I think that that's going to be great? Not necessarily, but I didn't think any match that was going to happen at Saudi was going to be good. But that match between Edge and Seth in that what was it, Hell in a Cell they had in Saudi last year?
I don't remember.
I think it was Hell in a Cell. That match they had in that cell was fire. And that match with Big E and Drew was very good. I like seeing Bobby Lashley get beat up by Goldberg. As much as people hated it, I loved it. So there were some matches at the Saudi show that are great. I hate that they happened in Saudi, but it seems like they put on their best in Saudi and they kind of throw us the scraps sometimes, whatever. But and if there's a women's match, who would you put in it? First of all, Charlotte would have to be in it. I most definitely would put Charlotte in it. I would put Charlotte in it. I wouldn't put Sasha in it. She'd be just coming back from injury. Charlotte, Shayna, Shotzi, because she'd probably do something crazy. Charlotte, Shayna, Shotzi. How many pies is it? 4? And then they put 2 people in the middle. So Charlotte, Shayna, Shotzi, Sonya, Naomi, and I put Xia Li in there. Those are the 6 women I put in there. This would be a SmackDown exclusive chamber. I wouldn't put no women with Raw in there. I let Becky sit her ass at home. For reals. I would not put anybody from Raw in that chamber. Everybody that was in that chamber would be SmackDown exclusives because SmackDown gets shafted a lot on a lot of things. And they get overshadowed by Becky's big ass teeth and and massive moniker. It's overshadowed. I would just make them SmackDown wrestlers only. And then I do something ignorant, like put the chamber on Monday Night Raw and have Becky have a chamber match on Raw. Dead ass. They got to get ready at some point. You have to watch the first one. It was good. I do remember the first chamber. I don't remember Mandy being in it. And I don't understand why I have a memory block of her specifically. But she must have did something that I didn't like for me to block her out. Because I should remember that she was at least in the match. Let alone, having a good... I just blocked her. I blocked her out for some reason. And I don't remember why. I remember Mandy's ponytail coming off in the second one. But I vividly remember her second match because she did well in it. So she must have did something wrong or performed poorly for me to memory block her like that. Because that doesn't normally happen to me in that way. I put Natty in it over Xia. I don't know if she's ready for for a match like that. To be honest, if Mandy was ready for the match, then so was Xia Li. I mean, Mandy had a couple more matches before Xia did, but no, I don't want to see fucking Natalya in the chamber. I'm sick of her. I put her ass in the back. I don't give a shit. I don't like her. I don't fucking like her, so I don't care. If Natalya's not somebody that I want to see in the chamber. Now, if they don't want to use Xia Li and they want to put Natalya in there, fine. But I wouldn't. I wouldn't put her in there because I don't need to see Natalya. Real talk. Just being real. I like Mandy's boots in that match. I wish she would have worn them again. I don't remember what she had on. I don't even remember her being in it, so doesn't matter to me. Yeah, and Tiff was roasting Mandy saying that she had 5 different hairstyles. That bitch did. She did. The second chamber was good, but she was going through metamorphosis the whole fucking time. I was like, girl, what's going on here? Anyways, let's move on. Now, if you didn't see on Twitter, I highly recommend that you follow WWE.com on Twitter, WWE Fox on Twitter, because a lot of times what happens is they will air exclusives that will lead to matches that happen on each show. And you're wondering how these matches are created or where they came from. And they usually come from an exclusive clip. Now, these are done intentionally to force you, kind of like how BT is. But at least there's no full storyline happening on WWE exclusive content for, Twitter, Instagram, or WWE.com. There are snippets of feuds that have either already started or are beginning. And that happens through, backstage commentary, backstage interviews. You'll see stuff like that, which sometimes it will air on the show to give you context into why certain things are happening. So this happened this week with Roderick Strong and Walter. A Bug's Life, Malcolm Bivens was popping off at the mouth, so he always does, about the Dusty Rhodes Classic and how the Creed brothers were going to dominate and end up taking the titles off of Imperium. He proclaimed that he was not afraid of Walter and he wasn't afraid of Imperium, and that the Creed brothers were going to decimate them. Walter was standing right behind him and heard everything he said, and as soon as Walter walked up, Malcolm Bivens backed off and essentially was just like, hey, I was just saying how great you guys were. Walter hemmed his little ass up like the little grasshopper that he is and pretty much faked his ass out. If he could have pissed himself, I'm sure he would have. Roderick came in there and pretty much strong-armed Walter to get him to drop Bivens and told him straight up that he did not fear him and that everybody in his locker room might be afraid of him, but he isn't. And Walter said it very plainly and clearly. You may not be afraid, but you should be. And he walked away. And then I got a notification that this match has been made for NXT tomorrow. It's going to be Walter versus Roderick Strong. Match-wise, this match is going to snap. Only because you got one of the best wrestlers in the business back there with Walter and one of the best wrestlers in the business in Roderick Strong. This is going to be a classic. You have to watch it. If your main goal is just to watch wrestling, you don't care about the story, you just want to see two men fighting in the ring, then this match is the match that you definitely should watch. From Walter's slaps to Roderick Strong's just perfection in that ring, this shit right here is going to knock. I don't care what nobody says. So it's going to be Walter versus Roderick Strong tomorrow on NXT 2.0. All right? Let me get some of these comments in. She went from Warrior Princess ponytail to Bailey Palm Tree side ponytail to stiff ass bob. Ooh, child. Oh my God, Tony Khan tried to get my tweet reported on Twitter. What? Oh, bitch. Ooh, he's so sensitive, honey. Not a Bug's Life. That's what he looked like one of the grasshoppers from A Bug's Life. He does. She called him a fucking weasel. Well, that part is true. I don't know why, because I've seen Nicole and them say worse shit on Twitter, to be honest with you. And they've tagged his ass in that shit too. So I'm surprised we haven't gotten blocked. We did get blocked by Tay Conti and Sammy Guevara, though. Matter of fact, with all that being said, make sure y'all listen to the podcast. It is up. And you guys can go. Oh, Lord. You guys can go and listen to our roast sessions of Tony Khan and Tay Conti and Sammy Guevara. We had Don on the show for that, and it was funny, and we love Don for coming through. So shout out to Don for being on the show. Next time, Rico said he'll come through, so we'll make sure we have a show with Rico on there. Might have Rico and Don so we can have a little bit more fun on there and be roasting people. But we'll just have to wait and see. The next roast sessions will probably happen towards the end of the month. And we'll just have to wait and see who we're gonna roast. The Creed brothers are surprisingly good talkers, right? Like, it's really, I was very shocked by that. I was like, why do you have Bivens? Like, I was like, why are you with him? Like, you're fine. You don't need any help. Nicole said, y'all gonna have to help me stay awake. I gotta finish this damn schedule for work. We're gonna do our best, babe. I'm gonna start letting people in about 5 minutes. So just give me 5 minutes, love. It's on my timeline if you want to read it, because I'm not taking it down. She just said, I said what the fuck I said. If I said what the fuck I said was a person, I think Tears of Face would be right next to the Google image. Just, I said what the fuck I said, peach. Like, what match do you think should main event this year's Royal Rumble? Oh, that's a good question. Okay, somebody posted on Twitter, and I'm just gonna ask y'all. I'm gonna go to commercial break for a little bit, and then we're gonna finish talking, and I'm gonna make sure I get everybody's comments in. But I'm gonna get y'all question in. I'm gonna get the question up in a second. How was my day? Glory Girl Lacey, my day was fine. I did sleep most of the day because I stayed up all night. It was a personal matter why I stayed up all night. It really wasn't my fault this time. I really was checking on AJ to make sure he was okay throughout the night. So I was up for the better part of the night and the better part of the morning. I didn't go to sleep until about 11, maybe 12. And I just woke up a couple hours ago. So I'm okay. It wasn't a bad day, but I'm okay. Tomorrow, I'm going to go in my room and play in my makeup tomorrow because that's what I feel like doing because I want to be pretty. So that's what I'm going to do. I should have did it today, but I was too sleepy to do it. Anyways, Brandon says, hey, she just said I tagged Tony and AEW, in which is probably why he's butthurt about it. Well, girl, I wouldn't even be pressed. I wouldn't give two fucks about it. Yay, I'm included. Yes, Rigo, you are included. You did ask to be on the show. Last year, I did promise you that I would make provisions, and therefore I will. Bivens, I don't know how to say that. And Tyler Russ were totally unnecessary. I think Tyler Russ was a waste for Malcolm Bivens, and I think Roderick should have been his first client from the very beginning. And I think had they had put Roderick with Malcolm Bivens from the beginning, things would have worked out better for Roderick after Undisputed Era rather than him going into Diamond Mine. I think it should have just been Bivens and Roderick Strong from the very beginning, if you really want to know the truth. Roderick Strong is, well, him, but the Creed brothers seem to be total packages, and that makes Ivy the weaker link. But she's green, so she'll get better with time. I actually have never seen Ivy wrestle, and she's had about 2 matches that I know of. I've never seen her wrestle before, whether it was on 205 Live or on the show or not. Every time I watch, she isn't wrestling. So I don't know what Ivy's capable of in the ring. I know that she's not a great talker, so her being Bivens works for me. But the Creed brothers are surprisingly fine. They're well-rounded. They just look like male sapiens, and I don't like it. If that explains it, it makes it easier to palate. It makes you understand where I'm coming from. They just look like male sapiens to me. So when they open up their mouths and they actually could combat and have a conversation with people on camera and it didn't look bad, like I was like, okay, fuck, why are you with Malcolm then? You can do this on your own. The fuck? Are you kidding me? Jason and Briggs need help. Like, but these 2 dudes are fine. They wrestle great and they can talk. All they need is characters because they just look like bland-ass wrestlers. Like, they're the epitome. They just look like wrestlers, like regular old fucking local talent wrestlers. That's what they look like to me. I don't get them no clout referring to AEW. Yeah, Nicole's been on a no retweet, no at clause for the last couple of months. She is not happy with them over that Swole Switch situation. And to be honest, neither am I. That's why I really have gotten to the point now where I just don't talk to people who blatantly defend them despite what they've done, but they want to run down everything WWE has done, and they get upset when you actually tell the truth about both sides, and nobody wants to hear anything. They only want to hear that WWE is bad and AEW is the future. And it's like, they're not going to be the future because of the way they're run. They're going in the garbage very, very soon. And it's going to start after Daniel Bryan and CM Punk decide to sit down for a little while. The cracks have already begun to show, especially when people start walking is when you're going to start having issues. I'm not retweeting or atting them for the foreseeable future. And I have no problem with that. Facts, Nicole. I'm finna get to Nicole's message comment in the section, but man, nah, I ain't pressed. I said what the fuck I said. I don't blame you. Ivy, she's okay. Okay. I've never heard her, I've never seen her wrestle, and I've actually never heard her talk. So I don't know what she's capable of. Briggs and Jensen look like the type of white dudes who wouldn't answer to Bivens for a specific reason. Well, I thought the Creed brothers were like that, to be honest with you, but they need him. I think Briggs and Jensen would answer to Malcolm Bivens, to be real with you. Because they need him. They fucking need him. They need him. Briggs and old boy and Wagner need help. Oh my God. Oh my God. Fucking Wagner needs Jesus. Are you kidding me?
I will send you to Jesus.
Like emotional damage. What is that? No, Wagner needs help. Wagner needs help. Like, he is not hitting on all cylinders at all. He just doesn't. You know what I'm saying? So, child, they need help. He needs help. He needs a lot of help. Creed brothers are surprisingly woke. I saw them and was like, are those type of dudes? But they were surprisingly woke and with the shit. Like, I had to admit, Nicole told me that the Creed brothers were good, and I disagreed with her. I thought they were great wrestlers, but I didn't think their characters were worth watching. I think with character development, they'll be fine. They just need to have some character development, especially going to the main roster. It's not going to work for them on the main roster being the way that they are. They have to present themselves in a package that works. While they can double down on the wrestling aesthetic, I mean, Brian Breaker's dad did it for years, and he had character and still was a base and was baseline. His character was a wrestler, but he was a fighter, and he wore the whole guard, the headgear, the actual wrestling gear, the real wrestling shoes. Like, he wore the whole guard, but he still was a character. So it very well could work for them. But I just needed to hear them talk. Because they didn't talk, but they did. And she was right. So I give her her flowers. I'm not going to take anything from her. He needs some milk. She's talking about Von Wagner. No, he needs facial reconstructive surgery because that man's brow is hella prominent. Hella prominent. It is beyond it is like protruding. It's a mess. I don't like Waller, but at least he's doing something. I hate Waller because I feel like he could be better at what he's doing, but he's just a dick. And like, that's not aesthetically pleasing, you being a dick. It's just you're an asshole. I think more so like he likes the heat or whatever, but then he doesn't embody being like a true heel that people could possibly get behind one day. He just doesn't give you that swag. He's whack. He's a dry lip bitch. It's the best way to explain it. I was like, okay, they not mayonnaise folk. They vanilla bean people. Hell no. American Alpha 2.0. Yeah, they'll be better than American Alpha. Only because Chad Gable isn't that good of a talker. And because he could be a good talker, he just doesn't give everything he's supposed to give. But I feel like the Creed brothers would. And I feel like at some point the Creed brothers could evolve if given the opportunity and the time. And the way that they have presented themselves in NXT 2.0, it's only a matter of time before before both of them become truly, like the basis of the new aspect of the tag team division. They got to start rebuilding somewhere. Grayson and another problem with American Alpha was Jason Jordan too. Like, their talking capability was like, them Creed brothers are very much, I stand 10 toes down on what I said. Had me sitting in the room clutching my pearls like, bitch, I know these niggas ain't coming out here these strong. I said, they is real strong out here in these streets. Oh my God. Grayson Waller is a canker sore, but you can't deny that NXT has put that man over. I think he's going to be the next Corbin. That's not a good thing. I'm sorry. What he's doing is being annoying as fuck. He needs some moisturizer, some chapstick. He gives off little dick energy. Like, he's the president and CEO of that foundation. Yep. Agreed. I don't like him. Light a candle for Jason Jordan. And that's it, ladies and gents. That's all we got in terms of wrestling. But I'm going to find Tears' tweet and I'm going to read it. But I'm also going to read y'all what I want y'all to know before I go to commercial again. Hold, please. I got somebody in here I don't want to hear. Let me see. Aaliyah, did you catch him? Yeah, you caught him. Let me get that off here. All right. So, nothing about him is attractive for him to be as cocky and as narcissistic as he is. Right, Tirza? Right? Like, he just... There's nothing to him. His whack ass side shave, bird, haircut, and it's just like, baby, you're not. You don't have it. You don't have it. You just don't. She said, I hope he gets his next fix. I do too. I really do. I like what Jason Jordan was trying to do as a producer. I thought he was making good strides as a producer. I don't know what happened if they decided. I don't know if he lost a job or not. I didn't remember him being a part of the releases. So he must still be there. But hopefully, if he can come back, that'll be great. If not, I think he enjoys being a producer. But we're going to go to commercial. I think I'm going to play a different one for commercial. All right. So, y'all, here's the question on Twitter. And y'all can put in the comments y'all answers. What match do you think should main event literally go on last? The final match of this year's Royal Rumble. If you vote, give your reason in the comments. Okay, so you have to say which match you want to go on to be the last match and then give your reason for it. Okay, so you got the men's Royal Rumble, the women's Royal Rumble, Lesnar versus Lashley, and Reigns versus Rollins. I repeat, the women's Royal Rumble, the men's Royal Rumble, Lesnar versus Lashley, and Reigns versus Rollins. Those are the four choices you got. I'm going to go to commercial break right quick. We might get a double commercial, but I shall return. All right, here we go.
I just wanna go where you go tonight. Baby, hold my hand, take me one more time. I don't wanna be without you again. I want you to stay, 'cause it feels so great. Bye, see you good, come back, need it. I think about you, can I do? I wanna know if you think of me too. Baby, come over, let me kiss you. I just wanna go where you go tonight. Baby, hold my hand, take me one more time. I don't wanna be without you again. I want you to stay, 'cause it feels so great. Bye, see you good, come back, need it. I think about you, can I do? I wanna know if you think of me too. Baby, come over, let me kiss you. I just wanna go where you go tonight. Baby, hold my hand, take me one more time. I don't wanna be without you again. I want you to stay, 'cause it feels so great. Bye, see you good, come back, need it. kiss you. Yeah, how long did you, how long did you, baby, tell me, baby, tell me, how long did you, how long did you, baby, tell me, baby, tell me. I just wanna go, where you go tonight, baby, hold my hand, take me one more time.
Genetics.
Drink, headshot, drink, sit down, drink, stand up, drink, pass out, drink, wake up, drink, bed it, drink, 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 headshot, drink, sit down, drink, stand up, drink, pass out, drink, wake up, drink, bed it, drink, drink.
Genetics.
Drink, headshot, drink, sit down, drink, stand up, drink, pass out, drink, wake up, drink, bed it, drink, 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 headshot, drink, sit down, drink, stand up, drink, pass out, drink, wake up, drink, bed it, drink, drink.
I just wanna go, where you go tonight, baby, hold my hand, take me one more time. I don't wanna be without you again. I want you to stay, 'cause it feels so great. Bye, see you, come back, later. I think about you, can I do? I wanna know if you think of me too. Baby, come over, let me kiss you. How long did you, how long did you, baby, tell me, baby, tell me, how long did you, how long did you, baby, tell me, baby, tell me. I just wanna go, where you go tonight, baby, hold my hand, take me one more time. I don't wanna be without you again. I want you to stay, 'cause it feels so great. Bye, see you, come back, later. I think about you, can I do? I wanna know if you think of me too. Baby, come over, let me kiss you. Yeah, how long did you, how long did you, baby, tell me, baby, tell me, how long did you, how long did you, baby, tell me, baby, tell me. I just wanna go, where you go tonight, baby, hold my hand, take me one more time. I don't wanna be without you again. I want you to stay, 'cause it feels so great. Bye, see you, come back, later. I think about you, can I do? I wanna know if you think of me too. Baby, come over, let me kiss you. Yeah, how long did you, how long did you, baby, tell me, baby, tell me, how long did you, how long did you, baby, tell me, baby, tell me. I just wanna go, where you go tonight, baby, hold my hand, take me one more time.
Genetics.
Headshot. Sit down. Stand up. Pass out. Wake up. Fade it. Fade it. Headshot. Sit down. Stand up. Pass out. Wake up. Fade it.
Genetics.
Headshot. Sit down. Stand up. Pass out. Wake up. Fade it.
All right. I'm back. I'm sorry. Let me let Nicole in. All right. Get some hand sanitizer. I got some, thanks. Hold on, please. All right, so put the link in there again. Nicole said the women's rumble or Lashley. I was trying to get as many as I can, but if they aren't showing up on my live chat.
Do y'all like my avatar?
What is it? Hold on a minute. Nicole, is that one of... Oh my God. She's messing.
I was trying to find the Choose Violence one, but this came up first, and I was like, I'm just going to use this.
Let me see. Let me follow Tears.
Oh my God, I don't want to do this.
You have to. It's your job.
I did a lot of things today, though. I sat in on my first GM call.
Ooh, how'd that go?
It was fucking boring. I got this girl started in her training. I appointed myself in, not really in charge, but sort of in charge of getting everybody informed and more aware of our Yex reviews and our DoorDash numbers and percentages, and aware of the goals that we have as a store within the company and how far we are away from that goals, or if we're on target, and what we need to do to improve to hit certain things.
Mm-hmm.
So I typed up that whole report earlier. It took me like an hour.
Because I was so exhausted. Okay.
Okay, did no one else answer this question?
Yeah, I'm going to read it in a second. I had to find Tears' tweet first. Sir, Tears said, no need to ask me because my answer will always be Roman Reigns. But the women's Rumble match would be a close second. AJC3 said the women's Royal Rumble match because it has a lot of momentum going into it, with different eras from the women's division coming together, along with the Forbidden Door being broken by Mickey. That's a formidable argument. Reigns versus Rollins should be the main event to me. I would have Seth come through the audience and mess with Roman's head some more, that would be cool.
Roman don't give a fuck about no Shield right now. I ain't gonna do nothing to his head.
He's just gonna walk slower down the ring when he comes out there. The main event is gonna be Miss Deborah McKay and Ivy. He's talking about his 2K match.
Oh my god.
With him and Don. So yes. Shameless plug. I can't read it, but I know it's funny. Yeah, GM calls are the worst. I hated them. I sat in on my first GM call. Ooh,
It was
fucking
boring. It was so boring. It was like there was like maybe like 30 minutes of it that was actually like informative, and then the rest of it was just like I'm like, oh, why?
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. So
And it's
here's
also
the-
hard because it was 3 of us on the call in my building. So my one manager was in the office and the other was in the back, which I learned my lesson next time I'm bringing headphones. And then
Okay.
she had her AirPods in, she was watching on her phone, and I had to like scrouch down against my laptop to listen because the music in the restaurant is so loud. And I was like, I learned my lesson.
All right, so Tirza said her tweet almost got reported by Tony Khan in the All Elites. Her
What
tweet
was
said,
it?
she said her tweet says, I see at AEW talent who didn't have the guts to stand up for and support at Swole World are quoting and posting pics of MLK today. Quoting him posting pics of a man that actually stood for equality and inclusivity won't excuse or dismiss the fact that Tony Khan hasn't done the same.
Oh, yeah, I can see why.
I 100% agree with that.
I 100% agree with you, Tirza, and I understand them trying to report that.
What she said is the truth.
Yeah.
There really wasn't nothing bad what she said, so they can't report something. She didn't attack them. She didn't say anything egregious. She didn't curse. So the tweet isn't disrespectful, so it's gonna stay up there. If it doesn't, some heads would roll with me. I feel like Seth versus Roman would be the most entertaining besides the Women's Royal Rumble. I hope it's not Bobby versus Lesnar because all they gonna do is sweat like someone threw a bucket of water on him. Now they gonna sweat. Okay, I'm hoping that this matchup between Bobby and Lesnar is better than what is going to be expected. I'm
excited for it.
I feel like Bobby will take it seriously, and I feel like now with Bobby having to elevated himself the way that he was able to, Lesnar will take him seriously. So in the ring, I hope that even though the feud to me isn't as palatable as it could be, I hope that doesn't translate into their ring work. And usually it doesn't. So we'll have to wait and see because Lesnar hasn't been phoning in his matches as of lately. He's been showing up like he's supposed to. And he's been doing what he's supposed to do. Regardless of how I feel about him, as long as he does that and he's not impeding the flow of the shows or taking over, I don't care. And he isn't, because he isn't the focal point of the Royal Rumble, really. The women's match and Roman's match with Seth is what everybody really is looking forward to. Their match is a close third. Like, that's the reality of it. So hopefully it's a sleeper match. It's a good match for people to watch. Y'all, absolutely, tears are correct. Y'all still in this thing. We only been on here for an hour and 39 minutes.
What is this show on Adult Swim?
I don't know. And they can't report it as misinformation because Tears ain't saying nothing about but the damn truth. They really have no grounds to report the shit, which is odd that they would even try. There was no grounds to report it. She didn't say anything of an attacking nature, and there was nothing egregious in that comment. It literally was the most respectful way she could say, y'all some fucking lying ass bitches. Like, that was the most respectful way she could be like, y'all some pussy niggas. Because she straight up could have just said that. That would have got reported and blocked. For sure, for sure. I just want to see a Summer and Natty interaction. Well, they're both going to be in the Rumble,
Yeah,
and
that's the whole.
playing it
Yeah, they're
up,
going to.
so they're most definitely going to have one. So,
Shout out to Summer for dropping right back into kayfabe.
right? Like, she haven't missed a beat, and she been roasting Natalia for weeks.
That yikes, sis! I screamed.
Tore her ass
Not
up.
so much telling you that yikes, sis. I would have
Said
deleted
that
my
Shag got to
Twitter.
go. I said,
What did she
damn.
say? She said what? She said whose nephew or something did you pay to? Oh my gosh!
She was tearing her ass a new one. I was like, damn.
Shout out to Maurice's bundles.
They was good and flowy today. They connected with my phone.
Who is doing her hair?
I don't know, but they
They
doing a
need to
good
fix a
job with
lot
the
of girls'
layering and
hair.
all of that. It's real nice.
I don't know. The other girls might not be able to afford it. That might be why.
Ooh, not if they can't afford it. You ain't shit.
Maurice is expensive.
I can't with you.
Oh my god, I don't want to do this. Okay, suck it up.
Hold on a second. I'm finna.
What other Royal Rumble? Okay, no one else. Everyone's just gonna say the women's.
Most of them were saying the women's matches.
This is going to be a very, very unpopular opinion. I legitimately could not care less about Roman and Seth's match.
I'm not mad at that.
I
don't care for
could
it either.
not care less. I literally do not care.
I do. I want to see it.
I don't give a shit. I mean, I'll watch it, but I don't care.
Hold on a second. Let me get some of y'all comments in here. I'm not taking it down. I honestly don't know why I see so much AEW tweets activity on my timeline to begin with, but I saw quite a few MLK tweets from AEW talent that all had stuff involving race and inclusiveness, which I found super hypocritical. Where was all this support for Big Swole? Right where this support for MLK is going.
Garbage.
Mm-hmm. Summer Rae always read Natty though, so it's not surprising. Well, I wasn't watching any of Total Divas. That was not my bag. Y'all know I didn't watch that show, so I didn't know what happened. All I know was that they was fighting. You know, she slapped the girl a couple times, but other than that, it just wasn't my bag. You know, I didn't know what Summer Rae was out there doing. Now I knew that sis was down for the culture because during the pandemic, the early part of it, she was one of the only people that would run around George Floyd's death. She was one of the first to be on Twitter like, this is wrong, you know, and he didn't deserve to die this way, and Derek Chauvin is a murderer. Like, she was one of the only people wrestling related that I saw was out there riding hard for the cause. When Ahmaud Arbery got killed, she said the same thing. Same thing with that dude Jacob in Wisconsin when he got shot. She been on it. So that was where I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I'm down with Summer. Plus, she got her red hair. Her red hair is better than that blonde hair. I don't like that blonde hair. She look bald headed when she blind. She look better with the red hair if you really want to know the truth. Tell me why my cat's ears pricked up as soon as Nicole started talking. He's out here paying attention to her. Nicole, the cat whisperer, that's why.
Oh my god.
Outside of Natalia trying to look like a whole ass cat, so I'm gonna need for her to stay away from that needle and
What do her and TJ do when they go home?
probably fuck each other and roll around in that cat
I
hair
don't
they
know.
got.
I feel oh gosh. They just seem like such a weird people. And I mean that in the like almost worst possible way.
I mean, you'd be weird too if you was on camera telling your husband that he ain't dicking you down right, and you want to be a woman in your house and he can be a burglar. And she just was like, "You need to do different shit. We're boring." I was like, bitch, you worship cats. Unless y'all gonna be some furries, I think y'all freaky enough. Okay.
Oh my god.
Nettie and Summer been at it since day one. I think it's more Natalia been at Summer Rae since day one. I don't really understand what her problem is with her. Now, Summer is naturally flirtatious, to which I can understand her being upset about it. But if TJ isn't acting on it and he's completely loyal to you, and you tell Summer, like, hey, listen, I know this is your personality, but I'd really appreciate it if you wouldn't flirt with my husband in front of me. That's disrespectful. If she had did it that way, then I could understand. But it just seems like she's got some type of hard on for that girl, similar to the way the Bellas were for Eva, and how they treated that woman when she first got there. Because I did see that. I did see how they were going after her because they were like, she's just, they brought her
Well,
in.
the thing about Eva was, and it's like it wasn't even Eva's fault. The Bella let other people get in their ears about Eva because they really liked her at first. So, because obviously I watched all of Total Bellas, because at first they were the only people who like really like tried talking to her and like hanging out with her and like including her and stuff. The same thing with Mandy. So Mandy was on Total Divas first season because everybody always forgets that. I think Mandy was only on first season, Renee was only on first season, Alexa was only on first season. But they tried with Eva, and then people was getting really jealous of Eva because they were like, because obviously like the back like loved her because her look, and she's yes girl, said yes to everything and show up to everything and blah blah, and they were trying to work with her in ring wise so she could maybe be something, and they liked her, and they let a lot of people get in their ear, and then that's when they start acting shady because everybody else was barking about them.
A mess.
Yeah, but that girl didn't do nothing to nobody. But and I hate to be like that. Well, they were jealous, but yeah, a lot of them girls was just jealous.
That sounds about right.
And that girl did not do nothing but mind her business and try to work hard. Who was it?
Was it Cameron?
I think it was Cameron.
Mm-hmm.
And she said something real fucked up to her. And she was like, I forgot what she said. And she was like, like I'm a recovering like alcoholic. Like she said some wild shit to her. What did she say?
Tirza said, to Summer Rae's defense, Natty didn't like that girl for no reason since day one. So Natty
Yep.
deserves the smoke Summer is giving. Brandy said, okay, like her, I like her better with red hair too. Summer looks very pretty with that strawberry blonde red hair that she was rocking. I hope she keep it and don't go back to the blonde, because not everybody looks great with blonde hair, and she just looked better with the red hair. That really complimented her. Tirza said, which is low key surprising because Summer Rae is from South Carolina. She said, wait, what did Summer say to the Bella's brother?
I don't know, but she clowned the fuck
Hi
out of him, and it was
guys.
funny.
She called him
What did
what?
she
Hi,
say?
Tirza.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Okay,
She
do.
cool.
clowned him. What did she say?
But the whole Bellas and Eva thing, what happened was when she first got there, they didn't like her. And Nikki even said, oh my God, like this girl's hot. Like she's competition. And then like they got to know her and they and they really liked her. It wasn't until Eva got injured somehow and she was out for I think like 9 months, I think it was. And WWE Creative or Carano had arranged for her to train at home. And somehow that got back to the girls and they were calling her lazy and this, that, and the third. And all types of shit. And the main people who were pressed about it was Paige and um and Foxy. And the only
Yep,
person
that was
the,
right.
and the
Oh.
only girl who actually had her back was Naomi. That was the only girl who had her back. And she was like, y'all cannot be upset at at her for what management is doing. It's not her fault. And then it went left because this was at they were getting ready for the Hall of Fame ceremony. And Eva was like, Nikki is a champion and she's supposed to be the leader of the locker room and like people follow her. So she was just like, hey, like I feel like when all the girls were like attacking me because they were like she had went to a Raw and they were all sitting backstage. But this is big Cameron fucked up. Cameron was the one who told her that like they was all talking about her. So Eva had went and made a post on Instagram that was like subliminal, and they didn't like that. So when she came to
the lion and the
Raw,
sheep thing.
they like I guess like approached it, but it was a very like mean girl, like bully type of situation. And Paige was like pissed off about it. Bree was like pissed off about it. And just like and going in on her. And she's like, why is everybody so upset? And she even said, like, when I was sitting at home and being and not being used, like they was okay with that. But now that like I'm actually training and trying to get better, it's a problem.
Yeah, because they were gonna get replaced.
And so Naomi was the only person who was like, yo, like y'all need to chill out, like this is not cool. And Nikki sat there quiet. And that's when she was like, hey, like I really felt that like you being champion and you being the leader of the locker room, I really felt that like you should have had my back. And Nikki was like, oh well, we don't see you as a wrestler anyway, and so like all type of shit. And I was like, oh hell no. Nah. And then she tried to flip it and be like, oh well, um, you don't see you as a wrestler anyway. So I was like, oh bitch.
Well, most of the world don't see you as a wrestler either. But
I was like, the fuck? And then Nikki went to Bree and was crying, and she was like, oh, you were right about her, blah blah blah. And she was like, I was like, oh bitch, oh suck the fuck up. Like, really? Really? Like you sitting there crying with the fact that like she checked your ass? It was true. Like they were like so pissed off at that. And I'm like, yo, like that's not her fault. And then Fox was like, yeah, because I've been here for 9 years and I've been like busting my ass and blah blah blah. And Naomi is like, yo, like that's not her fault that you've been busting your ass and don't have much to show for it. Like that's not her fault. Like you can't be mad at her for. I was like, oh wow.
Where was
like,
that same
Jesus.
with the rest of it? I mean, it's that's interesting, but whatever.
Yeah, but that was the whole story.
Because that
I
Brother
just
Bell
didn't
was
like that.
outplaying all the BLM protests and George Floyd protests, and Summer was checking the fuck out of him in the comments. Okay, so on his posts on social media, she would go in the comments and go at his neck in the comments, but I didn't see all of that because I don't follow either one of them. I did see one of his posts. One of them wrestling accounts posted it, and his sisters came out and spoke out against it. And then they were on their show and they was talking.
What did he even say though?
He was saying that
And
George
what
Floyd
did Summer say?
Arrest. He said that he was a crackhead and he probably and he was it was fucked up. I can't remember verbatim, but I do remember him talking about he was a Trump supporter and he voted for Trump, and if he run again, he gonna vote for him again.
Wow.
And he was saying some wild shit like Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization. Like he was pretty much spewing the same propaganda bullshit that every
Mm.
severe, extreme right wing conservative is spewing to this day. So he was saying all of that shit. And when George Floyd and all the other people were murdered, and of course, when the protests were ramping up during the pandemic, he was very vocal against it. And I saw a lot of people were like, "Well, what are your sisters doing? Like, where are they?" You know, because everybody knows that he's their brother, and they were like, "We don't agree." One thing about them I did respect is they said we don't agree with his sentiments. He is on his own. We respect Black Lives Matter, and we didn't want George Floyd to die. Like they made that very very clear, which I was like, cool, don't have no problem with that. I remember on the show, Natty had a figure coming out, and Summer was like, Natty, that photo on your action figure box was old. Was this old because Natty looked older in real life, and Natty got pissed. What?
Oh yeah, that was funny. Yo, if yo,
What are you talking about? That
that
is
shit was
shady
funny.
as fuck.
No, she said
Jesus.
no because she was like, "Oh, this is your action figure," and she was like, "Yeah." And Summer was like, "Oh, this is a nice picture of you, Natty. You look really young here." And Natty was like, "Thank you. You're only like a year younger than me." And then Summer's like, "Oh, well, the Photoshop team must be really good then." I'm like, "Oh, bitch."
Damn.
She's such a fucking asshole. I fucking
But it
love
was
it.
funny.
Jesus.
It was funny.
That would
Like,
hurt my
oh my
damn
god.
feelings. I ain't even gonna lie. I probably would slap the shit out of her like, bitch.
I was like, "Damn, girl." It
Summer
was
never
funny.
flirted with TJ. She was thanking Daniel Bryan for letting her be on the bus. And Natty went and told Bree that Summer was flirting with him. And Bree cussed her the fuck out. Okay, so here's why I said that. When I asked, what was it, last month when we had this conversation? When I asked what Natalia's problem with Summer was, somebody in the comments told me that it was she was flirtatious. So my response was, if she flirted with the man, all she had to do was have a conversation with the woman. If she would respect her boundary, then it would have been over and done with. But
She
because they
never
were like,
even
well, she's
flirted. She was just
naturally
being
flirtatious.
nice.
So, and I was like, I'm like, okay, if that's the case, if that's what y'all are going with, fine. But she could have just had a conversation with Summer. And I'm pretty sure Summer would have backed off. Um, but it just didn't seem that way. It seemed like she got a target on the girl, period. And
And
there's
Natty's initial problem with Summer to begin with was the fact that she was a blonde girl, another blonde coming up, and she felt that like, oh well, here's some another girl coming to take my spot, which I feel like is so high school to me.
nobody wants
It's
your
so
spot.
eternally
Like,
misogynistic too. I
and
hate
Why?
it.
Why?
and that's why Natty keeps touching her fucking face like that. That's the real tea.
Listen, first of all, if I was white and I was blonde and I had the Summer Rae's build, she would be the last person I would be trying to come for. You would want to make your own way. I'm not. It's weird to me when you're coming into a space like this where it's already hard enough for the girls to fight, and then y'all nitpicking amongst yourselves. You make it harder on yourself and everybody else in your division when you fight in this type of manner.
And
And I
Summer
could
even
see,
said that.
I could
Summer's
see
like,
if
yo,
Summer
like,
was
you're
actually.
one of the best girls we have here. Like, why would I want to take your spot? Like,
That's the
I'm just
point.
trying to be as good.
I mean, Summer got had work to do to be even close to where Natalia is technically. Character wise, she got Natalia beat by a long shot. So
Yeah.
she's halfway there. But Summer did need more skill technical wise to be able to compete if she wants to be on that level of top tier talent like the horse girl, the horsewomen, or anything close. Even Naomi is up there with those women. So if you want to be on that level, you're going to have to work your ass off to get there because those girls are naturally gifted. So for Summer, Summer was just trying to be the best version of herself, which I'd rather you do that than to try to be somebody else. So I couldn't understand what Natalia's issue was. She had no reason to be jealous of her. Natalia has her own space. She solidified her spot in WWE. There's no taking anything from her because there's no other kid that's going to have her leniency, her legacy, and her lineage coming into the WWE. Nobody. So there's nothing for anyone to take because your ass could have been cut a long time ago if you really want to know the truth.
I just think it was a real insecurity thing. I felt that Natty felt really insecure, like physically. Like even when she thought that Eva was trying to push up on TJ, I was like, she don't want that man. The fuck? Like she don't
Has
You
she
want
the only
him.
seen?
one who want
I
to
mean,
be
has she
married to
not
the
seen
lollipop girl.
Eva's husband?
And she was like, oh, like she's so much prettier than me, and she's a fitness model, and blah blah blah. And he was like, I don't like her like that. Oh, look, I was like that. Like I was like, she don't want him. I think she's insecure, and it's sad. But insecure women tend to act like that towards women that they feel are prettier than them,
Or a
or
threat.
confident, or they do that.
Oh, sounds
They
like a
do that.
personal problem to me.
Yep.
Period.
Yep.
It's a PP. As summer people
Because
was
them
the
girls didn't do nothing to them.
No,
Eva tried to be nice. Eva was nice to them the whole time.
I'll
she
give
felt
her
like
that.
Summer
She
was calling
was.
Natalia old and she got it in her feelings. Well,
You
Summer
know who
did
they
call
was
her old.
real mean to, but no one likes to talk about it? Mandy.
What?
Oh
I didn't
yeah,
watch the
They was
show.
real mean to Mandy
Eva
when she was on
included.
there. Yeah.
What did they do?
They was just mean to her.
Mandy was like the new girl, right? And I remember the way they brought her in, like Mark Carano, like he walked her in and was holding her hand, and he was like, "Hey, like she's the new diva, blah blah blah," and she just signed a value contract, and they was all like, "The fuck?" And she was like, "Hi, I'm
All of them,
Mandy, blah
even
blah
even
blah.
Naomi?
I'm from Tough
No,
Enough."
Naomi was the only one who was nice, but then you know that whole tough enough thing, so that's always.
Oh,
Um,
great.
and she was like, "Yeah," and then Eva immediately like I guess like felt a bond to her because like they had similarities. Like she's Mexican Italian, Mandy's Italian. She's the only girl of brothers and blah blah blah. So she felt like a bond with her. And then she tried to do like a tag team with her. And Mandy said, okay, cool. And then he was like, no, never mind. Because she was up to Bella's ass at that point. And Mandy just felt like left out of things. And she was like, yo, like I'm new, like I really don't know much, blah blah blah. And she felt like they were intentionally trying to sabotage her and just leave her out of things. And
That
I
sounds
felt bad
about right.
because like that's a lot. You're coming from Tough Enough, a show that like I'm sure most of them were like, oh, like she comes from that show, like
Ain't
that
that where
type of
Cameron
thing.
came from?
Right.
Okay.
And I was like, damn, like I feel bad for her. Like they didn't welcome her the way that I feel like they should have. And that kind of sucked. Like I felt bad.
Rico said Cameron found a new photo shoot that Eva did and started circulating it around, and it ended up in the men's locker room. I remember that. I knew that bitch did something.
She was foul as fuck for that. That was
Yep.
And
gross.
Summer found out and told Eva, and that's when Eva confronted Cameron and said that she did that shoot when she was an addict.
And Naomi again comes in for the save and checked her ass. Like, like why would you do that?
And that photo was
And she
during
was
a
trying to play
really
stupid, and Naomi
Yep.
was like, no, no, you know what you was
Then was
doing.
like, no, you did that shit on purpose.
King said that photo was during a really tough time in Eva's life, and Eva had beat that, so she felt upset, and because that was her past.
I would
That's
too,
wrong.
because
I
Eva
don't
better
like
than me,
that
because
shit at
I'd beat the
all.
brakes off of fucking
I'd have
Cameron.
whooped her ass. She can't fight no way. I'd have
Yeah,
beat the shit out of her.
They would have had to
and
call
Naomi
Vince
like
to
pulled her
get
to
me
the
off
side,
of
and
Yep.
her.
she was like, "You stoop to a level to make her look bad," and she was like, "Your mugshots are on the internet, right?"
Period. Period.
And she was
Period.
like, "That doesn't clear it up either. So for you to do that to somebody else is shady."
I'd have posted her shit all over the fucking locker room.
No, I would just fought her. They would have had to call Vince and pull me off of her.
Yep,
She got both. I'm sorry.
I'd have,
You gonna get
I'd have
humiliated in
put
every
that
level
bitch
I can
right
think
on the
of.
bus.
Natty
The
said that
fuck?
Summer's gear being more revealing and dancing with Fandango was her being a borderline stripper, and said that she needed to be more modest.
She's a
You
ballroom
mean like
dancer.
you
They don't
being?
wear
Hi,
nothing.
baby.
You mean like you being with your titties up to your
Hey,
chin,
baby. What you doing out of bed? Sorry.
girl? Summer Rae's gear
What are you
was
doing
Summer
out of
Rae's
bed,
gear. She's a
baby?
small girl. There
My sister's dog. Sorry, guys.
There wasn't much for her to cover. Shit, she ain't but so big.
But also,
Shoot,
Summer was
Natty quit just
cosplaying
being a hater.
as a ballroom dancer. They don't
she was a
wear
dancer.
nothing, barely shit.
Hell no,
Yeah,
they be some
they
revealing
wear
ass
nothing.
costumes. Brandy said, remember when Natty had injured her nose and she and Summer was finna have a match, and Natty asked her to watch her nose, and Summer said okay, and during the match, Summer smacked the fuck out of Natty's nose. Oh
Come on,
no,
come on, get in bed.
that's fucked up. I remember
Thank
when Natty
you.
said Naomi was wild
Thank you,
because she
baby
made
girl.
her pee on yourself
Thank you.
on herself during their match.
Oh,
That was the first time I ever seen Total Divas. I saw it because I didn't understand why she was so upset with her. And I
oh,
was just
baby.
like, it was an accident. Like maybe you shouldn't have drank that coffee before you went out there. She was like, you wrestling reckless and you caused me to have an accident. And I was like, no, you couldn't hold your bladder. That's your fault.
Who was it?
It was Naomi. Cause she did that rear view and Natalia said she peed on herself.
Oh yeah, she did say that. She hit
She
her
said
and
she peed
boom,
on
she
herself.
peed.
And
I
then
guess Summer
that's when
was right. Daddy
Foxy,
was getting old.
yeah, and Foxy was laughing at her when they went to the red carpet. She was like,
Natty
it's
used
okay,
to
it happens
be
to the best
such.
of us.
I
She
don't
was
know
a
how
hater,
Natty let
and
them
she.
film her because she was such a fucking mess on that show. Like
She didn't
any
care.
type of mystique Natty could have had was completely ruined by that show.
And the thing
Mhm.
too that like I didn't like from like a personal standpoint, how like involved TJ's mom and sister were in their marriage. Like that pissed me the hell
I don't
off.
remember them.
What?
Are you sure? Are you talking about? Are you thinking Natty? Because I don't remember seeing his mom
Oh
or
yes,
sister.
girl.
I thought it was. I just remember seeing Natty's mom and family the whole time.
No, his mom. There was this one episode. It was, I believe, before they were married. I think, or or it might have been after they got married. Anyway, it was her birthday, and they was in Calgary, and they had like a couple live events there, and then like they had a Raw, and it was her birthday, and she planned this whole thing to like be in a hotel and do all this stuff, and then his mom calls and she goes, "Hey, like you guys should come and stay over here," and he was like, "Okay, fine," and just leaves her in the hotel and stays at his mother's house. I'm like, the fuck, like what? And Natty's like,
Ew.
no, like I'm not going over to stay at your mom's house and sleep in her bed. Like, no, like I'm not doing that. Like we made plans to be here and do and do all these things, and now you're gonna go and leave me for your mother. And he left. And then cut to they were married, and then Natty had like some appearances in New York, and like his sister tagged along, and he paid like all this money for her to get like a massage. And
Oh, okay. I remember
yeah, and
that.
she
But that
was
was
staying
early.
in the
That's
like
like first
conjoined
season.
room. And then he gave her money for her to get like a bouncy house, and she was like, "The fuck, like." You're gonna spend $5,000 on a bouncy house in Calgary when it's cold 10 months out of the year. That make no damn sense. I was like, the fuck? And then she was like, oh well, John had kids, and she was just so involved. And I was like, Natty, if you don't sharpshooter the hell, because she is way out of line, like out of line, out of line. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, nope, 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 nope.
That's
Oh my
fucking
gosh, I
insane.
completely forgot about it. I want a smoothie so bad.
I do, I do too.
Oh my god, I want a
Actually,
smoothie.
like a milkshake. Actually,
Actually, I'm about to go see if McDonald's is still open. I'm about to DoorDash this shit.
oh, McDonald's sounds so good right about now.
I don't even want food from McDonald's. I just want
I like
The smoothie.
McDonald's.
a smoothie. Let me go see if they open.
Summer and Eva both chose to leave the bus because people were being too mean to them. Oh, that's
It was
fucked up.
Cameron and Natty.
Cameron ain't fucking shit.
Lana,
Dumb
Okay.
bitch.
Lana used to get on Natty's nerves on purpose.
She did.
And Lana should have whooped Natty ass for throwing her stuff in the ocean. What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What?
She threw her suitcase because she got mad because she took the room that she wanted.
Are you fucking serious right now?
Yep.
I would have choked her out.
You just throw my suitcase in the damn ocean because you mad over a TV. You would have paid for every Fashion Nova outfit, every motherfucker. I'd have beat your ass.
And this is one of the few nice things the Bellas really did. Because I think that was a trip that they had surprise Liv with her mom
Okay.
coming in because Liv was telling him because Liv's mom, they have all them damn kids, and her mom, and I think her dad died before she was even born. And she was saying, obviously, since her
Ain't,
having so many siblings and stuff, they
ain't
were
never been
never,
on vacation.
yeah, they never been on vacation. And
Mm-hmm.
so they surprise her and having her mom come there too.
I thought that was very sweet. I remember Natty was drunk in New Orleans and she kept sending Stephanie voicemails.
Is that
Oh
the
my
season
god.
that Lip was on there, and her and Naomi, they had like a party for the
Oh,
Iconics
and they got
because
so
they felt
drunk.
bad because
They
they
got so drunk, and what did
were
they do? They
homesick or
broke
something.
something.
Yeah, and didn't
Wait,
she like invite random to the house?
Yes. They invited.
And Naomi's like, "Who were these people, Liv?" And she's
It
like,
was
"I don't know, yo, I forgot."
it was so funny because I don't ever remember seeing Naomi get that drunk, but for some reason they got so drunk.
They were toasted.
Oh my god. Oh,
It was so funny.
what
and
was it? It
Alicia
was
threw that cup
for
of water in
the
Naomi's face.
it was for the Iconics.
Yeah, they
Because
threw
they
like
were
a little
sad because they
party.
missed home. We're so stupid. They just got all
Alicia
these
threw
Australian flags and stuff. I said, these girls are fucking
And they don't even
nuts.
drink, they said. I was like, oh, hell
They
Yeah.
no.
don't drink.
Y'all gotta go.
Alicia threw that cup of water in Naomi's face. I was so
Girl.
heated. And then Foxconn had the nerve to say it was because Naomi was turning heel and she wanted her to express her anger.
And Naomi was ready to beat her ass, though. For real.
I mean, that was her way of bringing it out of her naturally.
But you
I
don't do that.
understood it, but the
The
execution
fuck?
was poor. It wasn't. She was trying to make her understand this is where you have to be if you're going to be a heel. You're
But you
naturally a
don't
nice
do that.
person. And she's like, okay, well, this is what I'm gonna do. This is what she felt was best. However, I don't think I would have thrown like a drink in her face.
I'd have beat
I
that
would have just told
girl.
her. I would have just told her like, you're gonna
You
have to
gonna
be pissed.
you're gonna mess up my makeup and my hair. Oh
And
hell no!
it was an unprovoked drink throw. So
I would have beat that
I think
bitch
I
ass.
just
I
would
don't
have whooped
care.
her ass.
Nope.
She's like, I just did it to help. Well, I'm helping you. Get your ass whooped. Here you go.
I'm
free.
I'm helping you pick up your teeth off the floor.
$3.99. You got it for free.
I think I'm done
Nanny
with the
threw Lana's
schedule.
phone, I think.
The fuck?
She threw her phone. Y'all give Natalia a lot of power. That bitch face would have got rearranged a long time ago, fucking around with me.
Okay.
Because I'd have made sure her ass was a cat before this was over and done with, baby.
Yeah.
She'd have got
My
tore up
favorite
from
Total
the
Divas episode is when Naomi and John got married. Their
I
wedding
didn't
was
like
so
the fact
nice.
that Rikishi didn't go.
Yeah, I feel some type of way about that. Still.
I do
I did
too,
not
but
like that.
what I really loved is
Yes.
seeing her father and just how like he was a puddle of tears. I was like, oh my god, and like it gets me, and I'm like, oh my god, and he was just so like, I'm so proud of you, like you've done so good for yourself, and you've always been such a good daughter. And I was like, oh my god, oh my god, it was just so nice. It was just so sweet. And then his
Also,
mom was like, oh my god, like you guys are made for each other, and I'm so happy that you found my son. I was like, oh my god, I can't. I'm the worst. I was like, this is so sweet. It was just so nice. It was so nice.
He claimed that he had stuff he had to do. That was pretty much his explanation, is that he had some stuff he had to do. He wasn't going to be able to make it. And John
Yeah,
was very upset
but that's
about
your
that.
son. Like,
He was like,
I don't
I'm
think
getting
he
married.
honestly. I
I
don't think
should
he
take
went to.
precedence over that.
I don't
Yeah.
think he went to another one of his son's wedding either.
I don't think he did either.
There's
Because
two of them
I
that
don't
he
think
didn't.
they
I think
really
there's a
get
couple
along
he
like
didn't
that.
go to.
Because John got married and his other brother was already married.
There's another brother that he did not go to the wedding to too.
He didn't go to his other brother's wedding either. I did see that. I watched that because I remember a while back Tirza was telling me that Rikishi didn't go to his son's wedding. I was like, what the fuck you mean he didn't go? And she was like,
he broke down and started crying.
yeah, because I made you watch it with me.
Yeah.
And I was like, I know his big ass did not let that boy cry like that.
Still didn't show.
He did not go. No, he did not. I said, what the fuck you mean he didn't go? She said he did not go.
Yeah, he didn't
I said,
go.
that's his son. He got married. He should have been there. What do you mean he didn't go? I'm watching it. He didn't give a plausible explanation. So I'm like,
He had an appearance, but like that's not an excuse.
I'm like, what is going
That's
on
your
here?
son's wedding.
Are you and your son having problems? Did they have problems before he got married?
Yeah.
There's something going on that we're not being told.
Yeah.
But that don't make no sense to me.
Yeah. The one thing though about their wedding, I was like, what? And I love my girl, but like they kissed each other on the cheek. I'm like, the fuck was that? Oh hell no.
Here.
No. Oh no. I was like, oh no. Oh no, nope.
Ma'am, you let them get married the way they wanted to.
Bring your fine self here.
That was the only thing. I was like, he kissed her on the cheek. I'm like, the fuck?
I think that's sweet.
No. I want tongue, okay?
You need to mind your damn business.
Jesus
I want
Christ.
tongue.
She said, I want
You need to mind your damn business.
Nope. No, gonna get married. I'm just fucking face. I
the
am.
wedding is over. End that shit. I'm like, somebody go up there and stop that.
I'm spraying you with the fucking hose if I see
I'm gonna
that.
stand up. I'm gonna tell the tears to leave him alone. You can do this later. We ain't got time for this. I'm leaving. I'm going to eat. I ain't got time
I'm
for
gonna
this.
do like when my cats used to be in heat. I'm gonna spray you with the squirt bottle.
I'm not gonna wait for her to slide down her husband at the damn altar for 2 hours. I ain't gonna do that.
Oh no. It's not gonna be that long. Maybe like a good 30 seconds. And then it's
I'm going to
party
Shit, 30
time.
reception
seconds too damn long, Tears.
Thank you. I'm going
Hell
to
no.
reception all
Mm-mm.
the
I'm
evening. I
going
ain't sitting
home.
there watching her kiss him. I'm gonna do that.
Oh, yes,
I'm
you
like,
are.
give me that damn plate.
Mm-mm.
Give me that plate. Let me get this fruit bar together. Excuse me. Excuse me. Get the hell out the way. I'm finna eat. They're gonna be introducing people. I'm gonna be standing there. Yes, praise the Lord. They done got married. Great. Wonderful. Like, Tiffany, your ass here eating. They was out there kissing for almost a full minute. I'm hungry. I don't have time for that. I'm not doing
I
that.
remember,
You
who
know,
was it? I think it was Tom Cruise when he got married to Katie Holmes. They were kissing for 5 minutes.
it's so weird.
That's
And
sick.
that,
He's
yeah,
such a weirdo.
that's excessive.
He's such a weirdo.
That is excessive
He's like way taller than him. Was he like on
and
a boxer?
borderline
Think that
disgusting.
I mean to make it work? Because if she was scrunching down for 5 minutes, that got to be terrible on your back.
Well, her ass ran as soon as she got the opening. Her ass was out of there,
And she should.
and then started messing with Jamie Foxx. I said, "Go ahead."
But he kept her a secret, and that ain't cool either.
He
Well,
said
it's
he did it
well
because
he
that's what she wanted.
Oh, okay.
That's what
because
she
I take that back.
she's super because
I didn't know that.
ever since this Tom Cruise thing, like she's been like very, very private. That's why you would never see her daughter nowhere.
Right. Because she
Um,
knew that those
She probably
Scientology
scared
people.
too.
No,
yeah,
yeah, because them
'cause
Scientology people crazy.
they're fucking insane. I've been
Wow.
And she
watching that.
said
I
she
was
didn't
watching
want
that
her. She didn't
documentary
want.
when I had
She
COVID. They're
said
insane.
yeah, she said she didn't want Jamie to get caught up in something that he didn't know about in the beginning. He did know that Tom and her were together, and he knew that Tom was a Scientologist, but he didn't know the extent of what was going on. So they dated secretly, but it was at her request. It wasn't his.
Okay.
And then they broke up. And they were like, they was telling everybody, no, we're just friends. But they were going out. Like she was at he has a flat in London, and he has a place in New York that she would pop up at frequently. She was more at the London spot than anything. And them paparazzi was on her ass. They were on her ass. So she was just like, we're just really close friends, and Jamie confirmed it. But yeah, they was together for a little while.
Yeah, they were together for years.
It was a minute. Mm-hmm. Rico said
Chocolate.
they planned the whole trip for the Iconics, and they left early because they didn't drink. And Naomi had planned the whole trip of getting drunk.
Yeah,
Oh,
they weren't partiers, and
okay.
they were
I
like,
did
"Oh,
see a clip where they were sitting down at a restaurant, I think, and they were like, "Well, we don't drink." So, and they was like, "Oh, you don't drink?" And they were like, "No." And I was like, "Okay, cool. Well,
I'd
you
be
guys
like, the
can't."
fuck, you better drink a cooler. The fuck,
Not everybody drinks.
hell no,
Not everybody wants to ingest poison tears, and some
not
people do
without
like.
them. My man don't really drink like that either.
Some people just don't care for it.
But I love a good cocktail. I
I
had
still
one
make
earlier.
Jared drink every now and then.
I don't know. I
He'll drink.
drink, so I can't say anything.
I sure did. I
He'll
had
drink
me some
Disaronno every
Terramana
now and
and
then,
some
but
orange juice, and that
I
shit was
mean,
smack.
I love a good mimosa, and I do that. Only thing I can't drink is box wine because it's disgusting.
Oh yeah, no,
Why are you
box
drinking
wine tastes
box
like
wine?
Oh
nickels.
no, like
Not
one of my aunts
nickels.
had brought some
This shit is
a
disgusting.
box of wine, and they brought it in the house, and my mom was like, "Try it," and I was like, It is the most bitter,
Why are you
disgusting
so
thing.
jumpy?
It's gross.
Come
I
here.
hate it. It's gross.
Oh, my
Even
poor
Summer
baby.
and Mandy and Lana all got hella flack on that show for no reason.
Come
It
here,
sound
baby
like all
girl.
the pretty girls, the pretty blonde girls, or the very strikingly pretty girls got a lot of drama because they were pretty.
What I didn't like too is that, and I didn't watch, they took Naomi off for like 2 seasons. And I was like, oh, hell no. Hell no.
Why they take her off?
They put Maurice on, Renee on and
She was on
somebody
that
else,
season.
but barely.
There's
Barely.
one
She was
season
like a
that she
friend.
requested because what's his name was having problems.
John.
Yes, one of
Okay.
those seasons. There's 2 seasons that she's not really in, and the one of them is because he was drinking really bad again.
Got it. Okay.
All right.
Because
Maurice
she's
took
supposed to be
a
like a
I
bliss
main
don't
character.
shopping.
remember which
And
season
I'm
it
like,
was.
why not?
Maurice took bliss shopping because she said she dressed like a teenager.
She still
Yup.
does.
Well, I agree. But she could have took a couple girls shopping if you want to be
I feel
real.
like if I could do
She
buy
could have made it a
my
trip.
clothes, I wear it.
Yeah,
Shit.
that could have been her whole story arc for every season is just picking a girl that need a little fashion help and taking them out. Because I'm sorry, Carmela is one of them. Y'all can say fuck y'all won't, but that bitch one of them.
And I
I
was
don't
all
care.
the way here for when she ripped into Brie Bella. I was like, ooh, girl, let her have it, girl. Let her have it.
Well,
I don't remember that. When was that?
They went to some
dinner.
restaurant and it was
They
like
were sitting
the first
down,
time they saw each other in years.
and then they did fight because I did see that.
And
But
she
they
was
was
at a
just
dinner. It was
talking.
her. It was Paige and Renee was there too. And
Mhm.
then it was Brie and Maurice. And Maurice walks in already on a 10. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, cause she told her the truth. She was like, "You and your sister left us hanging.
Yep.
You pretty much, as soon as you got what you wanted, you left us hanging, and we all did it together at your urgence, at your request, that we band together. And as soon as you got something better, you left us hanging."
Yeah.
And Maurice was like,
Because
"We were supposed to be friends," and she was like, "I can't control what WWE does," but Maurice was like, "What you can control, what you do."
yep.
And you chose to keep the contract that they gave you, and you left us out on the outside
And she
looking
even
in.
said that, like, I get it, it's business, but like we were
You could
friends.
have told us.
We were
She said
roommates,
you
we
didn't
traveled
tell
together,
me.
we did all this stuff. I would have at least appreciated a phone call. But no,
Right. And then
you texted me
and she
saying,
said she did.
oh, we resigned and so we're going to Raw. And that was it.
She never told them. She said when they gave you the new contract, at the bare minimum, you could have called me and been like, me and Nikki are really considering taking this contract. And she could, I'm like, she like, it's not personal. I know this would have left you out, but this is what's best for us. She still could be mad about it, to be honest with you, because they held out on their own contracts out of solidarity with them. And when it came down to them doing it for the other girls, they reneged.
Yep.
So Maurice is just like, this is why I don't have no holler for you. This is why I don't fuck with you because of this. Then Bree doubled down and started going in about other shit. And Maurice was like, no, no, no. That's it. I'm leaving. She was
Yep.
out.
And she was like, oh, well, there's a reason why Brian never liked you because he saw how you treated me. And she was like, fuck that. No, 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 no. I'm talking about you. I was like,
Yeah,
okay.
because that's where, because Bree kept trying to take it back to Brian. And my thing is this: if your opinion is based around what your husband thinks, you have a bigger problem here. Because if he
Yes.
is the one who instructs how you choose your friends, then you have problems. What Maurice's feeling is legitimate because you left her hanging out to dry. That cost her career, which she
Yep.
had one before you got there.
And that
that's
was her
not fair.
friend.
And y'all supposed to be cool.
They were
Y'all
cool,
supposed to be
tight.
friends, and you sitting up here on your high horse now because you done married one of the big dogs in the company, and you getting what you want. Now it's, oh well, we took the contract, we did tell you, and she was like, no, you're supposed to be my friend. You should have laid this out. We should have had a conversation. I could have respected it if you had to talk to me. But she never acknowledged what she said. She
Nope.
went back to what Daniel said about how, oh, well, he told me to watch out for you because of how you treat me. And I'm just like, that sounds very sus to me. If y'all were friends before he got with you, and she ain't never had no issues before, but now all of a sudden he's like, that's not your friend, something's wrong. Where is your loyalty to your friend? Those are two separate relationships.
Yeah.
See, my thing is, I always love Brian as a wrestler, but I always but there was always something about how I felt like he was just so weirdly controlling with Brie in certain aspects of their lives, and vice versa. Like they're just weird. And I didn't like how he would low key talk down to Nikki.
Well, sometimes she deserved
Sometimes she
that.
would be out of pocket, but there was
She deserved
sometimes,
that.
yeah, there was sometimes I'll be like, okay, but there was some, but he would always comment about how she would dress, and I'm like, you have no business telling that lady about how she dresses.
Oh no. No, you need to
That's
mind your
not your
business.
wife. That's not your mother. That's not your sister.
You need to mind your
And
business.
yeah, and he would always, and then he would do that to Brie, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, and I remember she like cleaned out her closet.
Oh,
It
that's
was
some
this one
Kanye and Kim
episode where
shit.
she was like that they got invited to the Teen Choice Awards to walk the red carpet, and she was like, "Oh, great! Like, I need to go shopping for a new outfit." And he was like, "No, you don't, because you have tons of dresses in your closet already." And she was like, "I've worn those already. Like, I can't wear the same thing over and over again to a red carpet event." And then he was tracking her. He was tracking her spending. Like, she had took her mama for her birthday, and she spent like $400 on a meal. And then he texts her and calls up like, "Hey, like, did you spend $400 on?" And she was like, how'd you know that? And he was like, "Well, I got a text alert from the bank saying that you spent over $400." And he was like, "That's a little
Wow.
excessive." And she's like, okay. So that was
Wow.
that. And then she was out with Nikki, and they got coffee, and he called her again, and he was like, "What is this that you spent $25 on coffee?" And she was like, "What the fuck? Like, are you tracking my spending?" I was like, "Oh my." And Nikki was
Don't she
like,
have her
"That
own
is
money?
not okay at all."
They got a
Like,
joint account? Like,
they have a joint account, but like the fact that you're calling me for spending $25, like, really?
I'm just trying
Really?
to understand, like, what you mad about. She put money in the account. So if she's spending some of it, it ain't none of your goddamn business.
And she was like, "Yeah, like, it's it was my mom's birthday, and I'm celebrating being back on the road. Like,
First of all,
I'm making money. Like, what the fuck?" Like,
I'm
I
not
was
finna
like, "Yep."
explain shit to you. I'm not finna do
Period.
nothing.
So
What do you
she bought a dress, but she had Nikki buy it, so he wouldn't see the spending.
Oh, hell no.
Yes,
Hell
she
no.
had her sister buy it for her.
Red flag. That's a red flag. I don't care what
Yep.
nobody say. That's a red flag. No. No, no,
And
no.
Nikki was
He's
like,
somebody you're supposed to be marrying,
okay.
and he out here. You with him. Y'all, he tracking your money. He already calling you about $25 coffees. And then you want the new dress, but you don't want to deal with the consequences of getting it.
And
So
she
you got your
was
sister
saying
buying
that,
it?
like, it's this job. Like, for this job, I'm in entertainment. Like, I'm gonna have to spend money to look good.
It's either
Like,
that or hire a stylist and get the shit for free.
I
I
was
don't
like,
know the other way.
what?
One way or
And
the
then, like,
other,
he
she gonna
saw
have
her
to
in
pay.
the dress, and he was like, "Oh wow." And then he kind of came around, but I found that weird as hell.
Yeah,
No, I
like
find
there's
that
just some,
suspect. What
like
the
I
fuck?
like Brian, but there were certain things and I'm like, that don't
What
sit
is
right with
going
me.
on? Like, what do you
Yeah, I just find
you
it weird,
making
and I
too
think it's
stupid?
because he's such an environmentalist, and he's so pro the planet and saving it, and blah blah blah. I get
What
that,
that got to
Which
do with anything?
I do understand, on like you said, like an environmental standpoint, because again, we do not talk about, and I think it's recently, and I want to say the few months, people are really starting to talk about how luxury fashion is so horrible for the environment,
yeah.
and or not even just luxury fashion, how a lot of the fashion industry is very horrible for the environment.
And
The
all
fast
Nikki
fashion and stuff with like the
wears his
Chanel
labels.
and
Yeah.
Lulu's and the Fashion Novas, and like they
Yes,
produce clothes so
particularly
quickly.
fast fashion.
Yeah, it's fast fashion. That's messing shit up.
Yeah.
Because by the time you wear it once, you gotta throw it away. It's not lasting. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not.
And
Worth
back to the whole Bree and the Bellas and the Maurice thing. Even when, do you remember when they had that feud with John and Nikki, and they would do their promos and just I I was giving John the side eye because he was just like going at Maurice, like, yo, like basically saying that she didn't deserve to be there anyway, all type of shit. And I'm like,
not
hold
to do
on.
your bitch, but you know.
You I was like, hold on.
Your
So
bitch doesn't deserve
now
to be
you have
there.
your
So
man
I don't.
speaking your like fighting your battles for you now when you know the truth? Like, really? Really? And then the real gag was
Maurice got her ass together. Though.
when they broke up, Maurice was like, I told you so. I was like, oh shit.
I don't care what no one says. That motherfucker is psychotic. I literally don't care what no one says. If some man makes you literally sign a contract,
He didn't make her do it.
She signed it.
He didn't put a gun to her head
he
and
didn't
tell
come
her
to
to sign this.
but the fact that he came up with that
He
is
had the
fucking
contract
psychotic.
in general. Is
Yeah,
what
the
Nicole was
contract in
talking
general
about.
is fucking psychotic. I don't care what no one said. That is crazy.
It's very obsessive compulsive.
No,
I
that's
don't
crazy.
understand what it
That's
was meant to
so.
do.
That's like
I mean,
so.
I didn't get it because they were not married.
that's
So
what I didn't understand.
why do I have
Even
to
if he
sign this
wasn't
if
married, that's crazy.
we're not
That's what a breakup
married?
is
So
for.
if we break up, we break up. That's
Yeah,
it.
like he just was. It was just like weird shit. Like everybody eats dinner together at a certain time. And
I don't care. That motherfucker is crazy. I don't care what no one says. He's always
was just
weird. He's always weirded me. I've never liked him. He's always
And I
weirded
like
me
John
out.
Cena. I do.
I can't stand him.
I love
I
John
like
Cena.
John.
I just feel like
I do think that he's oddly controlling, and
yeah.
that's true.
No, that
But
shit
I
is
feel like
abusive. Like my dad used to do shit like that. That shit is abusive.
I just the only thing that I feel like he wasn't particularly wrong is the fact that he made it abundantly clear and he showed her who he
next.
was from the very beginning.
Well,
So
that part is true.
what she decided to do, that's on her.
Yeah, I 100% agree
Like
with
he
that.
didn't make her do anything, or she made those choices all by herself. And I feel like she was so wrapped up in the fact of the private jet and the 25,000 square foot home and the beach home in San Diego and all this stuff. I feel like that was the most appealing thing about John to her.
I agree. I do think she came to love him later, but I think that's what.
And then he finally broke down and said, "Okay, I'll marry you, but hold on,
I don't like it. I didn't
don't
like
want no
it from
kids."
the beginning.
And she felt like, "Okay, hold on, like you want to marry me, but not really marry me."
I don't know about that because I feel like this is the way I felt. Once he told you he didn't want to get married, she knew. I don't believe that they had been together that long, and he did not tell her that he didn't want kids either.
He told her
No,
that
he did. She said
on
that.
on their very first date. He told her
So
that.
you were well aware of what you were getting yourself into, and you thought that you could change him.
Yep.
Okay.
So
And
she,
he
at
did
first
to
she
like a
thought,
certain degree, but like a red flag for me was that he didn't want to be involved in the wedding planning too much
He never
because he was
intended to marry
working.
her.
But like if I'm marrying somebody, I just don't want you to sign a check and be like, here, do what you want to do. Like, no.
and that's when
I don't.
and that's when she was like, okay, this isn't it. Like you're just, again, it's like, again, yes, he was quote unquote giving her what she wanted, but in hindsight, it was like he's literally just giving me, be like, well, like I might as well do it to keep her,
Right.
and that's not okay.
No,
it was. We
at all.
never. I don't think he. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think he ever wanted to marry her to begin with.
And that's
I don't
fine,
think he
but
did.
that doesn't
And I
look
think he should
here.
have
And
just
I,
told her
again,
damn
like I
truth.
always said, like they were both wrong in a relationship, and it's nothing like negatively wrong. I do
It's
think
just
he's
my.
crazy. I do think he's crazy.
I just felt bad because it was so public. And I just feel like
And
she
then
just kind of left him out to dry while people were like attacking him when it was her fault. Like,
How is it her fault? They're both grown people,
no.
and
I'm saying, like,
no, that's both of them. I
I'm
don't.
saying it's her fault in the sense of he didn't break up with her. She broke up with him.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
And everybody accused him of ending it. And I remember it was everywhere. They were like, "You're the reason why you're not getting married." And I was like, it seemed like it was a decision that that Nikki had made before she got to the meeting that she had with him, and she just told him the truth, and
Yeah.
he accepted what she said. He tried to get her back after that, but she was done, which I don't disagree with that. I felt like
I
she
don't
should have
blame
been
her
done.
either.
But it got ugly when her sister got involved in the media and people started taking her tweets, her and her sister's tweets. They start saying shit
And she was saying things
online.
like, "Oh well, you took my sister for granted, and now look what
Well,
happened." No,
Bree
no,
should
no,
have
no,
minded
no.
her
They
fucking
they were
business.
both at
That's
fault.
true.
Bree should have
Like
minded her
y'all,
damn business
and then they made it
because
seem like John Cena. I mean, granted, he had his issues, and no one's negating that. Problem I had with this was you're on television and they would ask questions and the questions would be structured, and John was very honest when he would go on TV and he would just be like, I want to be back with her, I love her. On the flip side, it would be, well, he was very controlling, which is true, but everything that they would say together would be very demonizing towards John, whereas John was still very much, I love Nikki. She's great. I love her. Da da da. They would go, this is what he did. Blam, bam, 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 bam. And you're just like, what is happening? Because I'm
Yeah.
like, these both of y'all have made the decision. Nikki made the decision to leave. Fine. In the public, I felt like you should have just been like, we broke up because we couldn't agree on what we wanted in life, which was the truth.
And if this is somebody that you loved and had so much respect for, regardless of how things ended, it's still kind of on you, being that she was the person that ended things, to kind of say, hey, like, this is what really happened. And she didn't do that. She allowed the Bella Army to go and flood his timeline, attack him, say all
They
this
were going
stuff,
to do that
and that was
regardless.
not okay.
They were going to do that regardless,
yeah, they were
simply
just gonna do
because
that because that fan
they're
base is
protecting
just
their
crazy.
queens. They're like little fucking soldier bees, and they were going to protect their queens at all costs. While I do agree, my issue wasn't with the Bella Army because they were going to do that anyway. You could say anything about them bitches, and they'll come at you regardless. My issue was the way they handled it when they would go to do interviews and how they would act on podcasts and the way they publicly berated him, and he did not do that to her. That was my
Yeah.
problem. I wouldn't have had a problem with it if John was on TV and he was like, well, she didn't want to get married, even though I caved and I did it. You know, I could understand if he was like that. He never did that. He was just like, I messed up and I didn't do everything I could to prove to her that I loved her the way that I do. And I want her back. Even though she doesn't want me, I do want her. He would say that every fucking time. And every time I would see them in an interview, especially with Brie, it was always he didn't appreciate her for what she was. I'm glad my sister's out of that situation because now she can find somebody who really loves her and just really, and she was just going in. And I would just be like, why are you so concerned with going on with your sister when you got your own problems? You got your own, You got your own relationship to be worried about. As far as this comment is concerned, um, John and Nikki Bella's relationship wasn't prematurely old. I'll tell you what happened. Your proximity has a lot to do with a lot of things, especially with how you relate in terms of relationships, especially when you are in this niche community that we call the IWC. Okay. When you are wrestling 360 days out of the year, you do not see your family, and this becomes your core. You tend to cling to people. You find people that you can have a relationship with. It's the natural order of things. Humans, animals, we all do it because it's within our nature to find something, because we get lonely. When it comes to Nikki and John, they both hooked up with each other for different reasons. John Cena saw a beautiful girl, and he thought, in my mind, I think he thought she was a little naive and that he could have a bit more control over her than he did with,
And she
say,
was younger than him too.
yeah, then he could with his wife, and then he could with Mickey when he had the affair with her. So he had a girl who he kind of, I won't say he latched into her. I will say that he picked up very early that she was very swayed by the glitz and the glamour of it all. Nikki, on the other hand, saw a man who had money, he had status, but she also saw someone who was good looking. And on at his core, he seems to be a decent dude. He does have some issues. I agree with Nicole, but at his core, she saw a good dude. But she was swayed by the money and by the image that he projected, and it elevated her. She knew, and that's one thing that I will say. She knew that being with him gave her a certain status, a look, which is fine. They both had their reasons. Eventually, them being together, they did fall in love with each other. I believe that she loved him, and I believe that he loved her, but their relationship was flawed because each one of them, John Cena had an agenda from the beginning. I don't want to be married. I don't want to have kids. I'm dedicating myself to this, but I don't want to be lonely. He wanted a girl who would accept the parameters of the relationship he presented. And Nikki thought, if I stay with him long enough, he will change. And that's just not the case.
Yeah.
He had it in his mind what he wanted to do. However, you notice that after they broke up and she moved on and he moved on, he got married a year after he was with this new girl, which is why I always say that's a lesson. Instead of looking at his situation and her situation as if, because both of them were generally wrong in this, okay? But you need to be looking at it from a learning perspective. Don't stay with nobody thinking that they're going to change for you. Sometimes people are meant to be in your life to teach you something and to move forward. Nikki has to learn how to, one, she needs to accept that she is enough from the very beginning. And you
Yep.
don't have to accept these kind of parameters in order to have a meaningful relationship with someone. She also could provide the very things that she wanted or got from him. She could get that for herself. She didn't need him for that. And that was another lesson that she had to learn. And lastly, through all the trauma that that woman has been through and everything that she's gone through, she has to learn how to not internalize it, because it attracts a certain type of person, and they don't, not everybody is coming to you to latch on to that trauma, but some people do, and they will bring up that trauma, your insecurity, your assault in any type of way, whether it is your mental health and anything. They are there to exacerbate it and exploit it because it works for them in their favor. And it really isn't nothing that you can do about it. That's just the type of person that they are. I don't think at their core they're trying to do that, but that's what they're attracted to in
Yeah.
you. So they can't help that. She, however, can help how she is perceived to people, so she doesn't attract those type of people. And that starts with her internally.
And I
And
just feel like there were so many signs as a person who was watching on TV, because I love True Divas. Like, I loved it. And so like I watched, and it was the episode where I guess she had did an independent film, and they went to the premiere for it, and he was asking her just these very odd off questions. Long story short, he booked he had booked Trainwreck, and if you saw Trainwreck, like there's like a this like sex scene in the movie,
yeah,
although it's like very like comedic and blah blah blah. He's nude, and he didn't tell her, and so he
I heard it was
accepts
a
the
double
role.
though.
Huh?
I heard it was a stunt double though.
No, that was his ass,
No, that was him.
because I saw it. And so he accepts the role and doesn't tell her that, hey, like there's this like nude scene where like, so he then tells her like, hey, like I booked Trainwreck, blah blah blah, but like I'm doing a sex scene, but it's like very comedic, blah blah blah. And she felt some type a way about that, and like I I agree, and like he couldn't see why she would feel some type of way. And she's like, if we are sharing our life together, I feel like this is something that we should discuss. And he didn't feel that way. And I'm like, that's a sign. Like, if you are living with somebody and sharing a space and time and a bed, etc., and he feels that like he doesn't have to tell you something like this because you are not a married couple, that's an issue.
He should have told her what was going on.
That's an issue. And
Yeah,
she was
because she
sitting in
looked
the car
the one
crying,
thing that
and
made
he
me
looked
so mad,
unfazed about it. And I'm like,
and
what
she
the
looked,
fuck?
and they would ask her, like, I remember on the red carpet, they were like, oh, how do you feel about the scene? And she was just like a deer in headlights. I'm like,
Yep.
why would you let her be left out to dry like that?
Yep.
Because he didn't have. I just want to. He doesn't have the same level of respect for her that she probably had for him. That's a flaw on John's part. And
Yep.
he should have had that respect for her if he planned on marrying her. Just at the mere fact that she was his woman, he should have told her that. There is no excuse. And
No.
first of all, he's had to have done this before. Something isn't right here. And you're trying, I just don't understand how you thought going forward that he was going to be different. He's been the same
Who
all
who
this
is his
time.
who was his first ex-wife?
That girl he went to high school with.
Someone needs to ask her some questions.
And then, he
No, I'm
cheated
being
on her
dead
with Nikki.
serious.
And then
he's
it wasn't until he like filmed the movie, did everything, he comes back, and then he takes her to dinner, and that's when like he actually realized like, hey, like I really fucked up. I should have told her. And yeah, he was like apologetic about it, but I feel like at that point,
It's
like
too late
it was
then.
too
it's too
late.
late. Like you filmed it already.
Okay.
It's done.
Okay, now let's okay. So let's say this was the first time he fucked up like that, right? Conversation, like you can't hold shit back from me and then expect me to be okay with what's going on, even if it's something like this where it's a movie, it's a scene. You need to tell me because I'm being blindsided on television. I'm
Because
being
it's
blindsided
also
on the red
like,
carpet, and I'm not informed. That is not fair to me. You can't expect me to be your wife. I'm supposed to be your number two. How the fuck do that work?
Yep.
I feel like I'm an assistant. Like, and your assistant is shit no more than I do. Why
but
am I the
also
last
it's
person to
like,
know?
if you're not telling me this, what else are you not telling me?
That's
Yep.
my problem.
Yep.
What are you doing? What do you want from me if you're gonna sit here and just do whatever fuck you want? Okay, so I can go do a nude scene in the movie then too, right? You're gonna be fine with that? With your contracts and shit?
Yeah.
See, I bust your ass, okay?
Because
You've been embarrassing. That's embarrassing, number one.
at the
And
end of
number
the day,
two,
it's a
you're not
respect
respecting
thing
me.
too, right?
You don't respect me. You don't respect our relationship. I would have busted your ass in that restaurant. Then we would have went home, and I still would have been at your neck.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, I'm not finna sleep here. I'm going to a fucking hotel. And I'm using your credit card to pay for the shit. And I dare you to get mad.
And
I
I'm
dare you to
ordering
get
room
mad if you have
service.
an attitude. And I'm staying in this fucking house. Matter of fact, let's keep it real. If it was
I'm
me,
fucking dead. Not room
and
service.
I was with John Cena and he was talking about you gotta sign this contract to live in my house, bitch, you finna buy me a whole new house. No, I'm not signing nothing. I
But
put
he
Donald
did
Duck
buy
on
her
that fucking
that brand
paper.
new house, that beach house in San Diego,
Well, as he
which
should
she got
sign that
a
dumbass
profit for.
contract.
I wouldn't have signed shit. I'd put Donald Duck down there.
Okay.
You're not finna hold me to no fucking contract for what? What you trying to say?
Yeah.
I don't
My
have access to
boyfriend,
nothing
he's
you got.
like, this was like right before like we got back together. Like he had did this independent film and they were showing it, and he told me like, hey, like there's a sex scene in this movie. Like he actually prepped me for it. Like
That's what he's supposed to do.
I wasn't going in, but like he didn't even have to do that because we weren't a couple yet. But the fact that he said, hey, like, like I'm bringing you, like, I'm gonna just tell you this, like, up front, like, there's a sex scene in this movie. And, like, he actually
Real
prepped me
talk.
for it. So, like,
He
I
knew
didn't
if he
go
did
in,
not
like, what
tell
the
you,
fuck? Like,
Because
he
he
didn't tell you
respects
that
you.
he had this
blindsided.
scene, your ass would have been standing there like, I know this nigga did not bring me to this fucking movie. So why you slob on another bitch? Are you
And the scene
serious?
was, like, intense. And I was like, inside, I was like, oh my God.
Damn, can we do this when we get home?
I was like, the fuck? And then afterwards, I was like, come here for a minute.
Right.
So how did you film that? And he was like, I had pants on. And she had pants
Okay.
on. And I was like, okay, and
Right. Now imagine if he hadn't have told you.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I have been like, oh, cut, turn this shit off right now.
See?
Cut.
See? Standing right in front of the projector.
This shit is over.
It's a bitch titty in the middle of the projector. Mine. Y'all cannot see this. Bye. Movie over.
And the point of this, like, he had enough respect for me as just a person he was at the time dating to be like, hey, like, I'm gonna give you a heads up. This is what happened. And I didn't go in like, oh, I mean, I did, but like, I kind of expected, I was like, oh, okay, but like,
But that's
at
what
least
he
he
was
told me,
supposed to do.
you know?
He knew that it would hurt you if he didn't. So, out of respect for you and the possibility of your new relationship, the one you're starting, he was like, I'm not going to hurt her like this because, one, it hurts him to see you hurt. And two, that's just him having respect for you. Period. John doesn't feel that way about her. And I don't think he ever did. But I do think he enjoyed what she brought to the table. He liked being with her on occasion, but it just doesn't seem like to me that he was madly in love with her. I think he confused love with lust
Or
with lust.
things, or buying
And
her things.
I don't think he truly understood. And
Material things don't mean love. Like, that doesn't
but
equate
because
to love.
that was
You
her
know what I
love
mean?
language though, and he
Yeah.
felt like that was the way I can show her I love her, but then he wouldn't reciprocate on the emotional end, and I
Correct.
don't like
Because
that.
I remember in the first season, maybe the second or third episode, she pulls up to Breed's house in a Range Rover that he bought. So he spent $750,000 on a car for a girl he hadn't even been with for a full year yet.
Mm-hmm.
Decked it out, was custom. And I was like, okay.
Did she get to keep all her shit when they broke up?
Yep.
Oh, it ain't
Yep.
that controlling. Shit. He ain't
Yep,
that
because
controlling.
I think the only thing she probably gave back was the ring.
I wouldn't have gave it back.
I wouldn't have either.
I'd have kept that damn ring and repurposed that diamond in there. Sure would have.
And call me
Everyone.
crazy though, I don't think she's gonna marry this dude now.
That's what Rico
I don't
Nicole been
see it
saying that for a while.
because even the
But
way
that's
she
what
talks
Rico said.
about him is not in some sort of a love. Like she loves him. I feel like as her son's father, but I don't think she loves him like, oh my god, like he's my soulmate. Blah blah blah. None of that.
I think Nikki doesn't need to have a man who is an entertainer. I think she does need a man who is of a certain status because that's the kind of man that she prefers.
Yeah.
But I don't think she needs to have a man who is famous for any reason. But he should be someone of prominence who makes decent money.
Because call me
Um,
crazy, I don't think she loves him like that. I don't. I think
it's
she
hard
got
to
pregnant by
tell.
accident. Oops.
Not
And
not an accident.
she wanted to be a mom so badly. So the idea of like, oh my god, like I'm finally pregnant.
Mm.
I, and it's like they got engaged after what, like 6, 7 months, and then she was pregnant then, but didn't know it. And then even on Total Bellas, but she was like shopping with her mom, and she was like, I have everything I'm on, and I'm still not happy. I'm like, because he ain't the
Cause
one, girl.
it's not the man. You can't make yourself happy with a man. You have to be happy with
With
yourself.
yourself first.
That's why it's not working. And I don't think it has anything to do with him, to be honest, because I really think I think that he generally does have feelings for her.
There's
But
something about him,
also,
though, that is super sketch.
it's like y'all were together dancing with the stars, y'all dancing 2 and 3 weeks at a time, y'all practicing 5 and 10 hours a day. That's a lot of time to spend with one person. I'm telling you, being around people like that in time, you have to ask yourself, in the normal world, regular circumstances, would you be with them? Would you honestly be with someone if you weren't in their presence every single day? If you weren't around them for these hours on end, would you even give them the time of day from the very beginning? Because see, when
But I said that from the beginning, Rico. His past with women is super sketchy.
what
I
is it?
said
Let me
that
see.
from the beginning, and people was like, "Oh
That's
no,
how
stop
long
being
this
a hater. She
relationship
finally happy."
postponed.
I'm like,
And Nicole
something
brought
in the
this
milk ain't
up that
clean.
this man has a sketchy past with women. She went back to this picture. Right?
Something in the milk is not clean,
I don't.
and I said
I
that
just
from the
told y'all
beginning.
that they have a bad habit of attracting. She has a bad habit of attracting predators that prey on her insecurities, and they prey on the aspects of her personality that are that easily manipulate her and easily
Yeah.
sway her.
I mean,
So she
but
has to be careful.
sorry, I had to go order my smoothie. But also it's
Yes,
like,
smoothie.
but also like the type of severe trauma that she had.
Yeah.
That's like,
I didn't read her book, but like I saw like pieces of it. Like, didn't she get like raped twice or something? And
she
like,
got raped
It's
twice
pretty
within
bad.
like a year of each other.
right?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I do have her book actually.
Ew,
It's
really? I'm playing.
She
And
said,
I have it.
I
It's
bought
actually
it.
pretty good.
Nicole
Ew,
told me it was a
It's
book
actually
that I
pretty
needed to
good.
read. So
ew.
I
Traitor?
read
No, I'm
parts of
kidding.
it. You're mean. You're so mean. I read
I'm
parts of
kidding.
it because I wanted to understand. I want to understand what makes her tick
Mm.
like this when it comes to, because she's very weird about how she chooses a mate, and I find that to be fascinating about her because I want to understand it, because you're essentially picking the same guy. They just have They have
You
different
know
ways
what
of
I
getting
think it
excited.
is, and I see like a piece of me in that too. I think it's that complex of she she grew up without her father in a critical time where she felt like she really needed her father, and he been off and had this whole other family and didn't pay them no mind for years,
That's
and
not
he was
cool.
an addict and all these other things. And I think it's abandonment problems, and I
They
think
both,
She
they
cling to
all three of them
whoever.
do, because it's
it's
like
abandonment problems.
they had, because Nikki went through that, and then Bree had that one boyfriend she was really real serious with that died.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
yeah,
Yeah.
she died in a car a car crash. Yep.
Jesus
Then I found
Christ.
that out when they met with Tyler the medium, and he kind of like connected the dots in a weird way, and I was like,
I just
whoa.
don't like it.
I was like, oof. Um, but yeah, like she she has like abandonment problems. She
Hmm.
does.
It's it's unfortunate. While
I
I'm
sh-
not the biggest fan of them, I don't want them to be hurting like that. I
I
don't
don't
wish that
either.
on anybody.
I don't either.
I
and
don't
you know
wish that
what? And
on
I buy books from
anybody.
people I don't like because I want to understand why they like that. Another
That's
one
my that was
is
my thing.
um and I don't even dislike them that much. I'm just indifferent. Someone I really don't like, but I bought that book, but it's a really good book, is Into the Rabbit Hole with Holly Madison, because I low key think she's full of shit.
You know what? So do I, Nicole.
I think she's full of shit.
I think so too.
And
What? What did
someone was,
happen
and
with
I was
Holly
arguing with
Madison?
someone about that. I said, there's something about her, because again, I don't think Kendra was shit either, but she would be like blah blah, like she would talk, she dogged Ken, she talked
Oh
so
yeah.
I
down
like
on
Kendra
Kendra in
low
this
key.
book.
Yeah, and then
I
but
like Kendra
I didn't
too,
like how she treated him. Like I didn't like how she treated her husband, and I didn't like how she
but
treated her
also
friend.
he let her treat her like that, but also he deserved it after all that shit with the affairs and stuff. Like he deserved that
I agree.
in hindsight. But she talked so down on Kendra, and I was like, Kendra just always who she was. She was just give or take whoever what she was. And I think she was always jealous because of Kendra, because Hef gave her more freedom.
Yeah, Kendra was like what, the third girlfriend, and when she moved into the Playboy mansion, she was 18.
Yeah. And he just let her do whatever. And he didn't really have a stronghold on him, on her, like she just, just doing whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
she
she
had
was
to do.
herself, like
Yeah, and
the
she was
white girl
herself.
from the Bay Area who loved Too Short.
Yeah, but she would talk so down to about her, and there was
Yeah,
like someone else. There's like one or two other girls in there,
it was
and I was like,
Bridget
this ain't right. But
and
I
some other
always
girl,
just
right?
felt Holly was just full of shit, because I was like, how are you just come out like so? I was just all the things that I went through, which I do agree. I do think that they all went through some stuff, because this come out from like other people who
But
also
she
live
wanted
with
to
him.
marry Hef,
Yeah, but she's full of
right?
shit because she was willing to marry him. I see you were gonna marry this old ass man who you had to have basically orgies with 20 other girls,
Yep.
however
Ew.
fucking
Taking
many times a
Quaaludes.
week. Uh was in that
Yeah,
gross ass house.
that
And
house is ridiculous.
no, the house was nasty, and I remember I heard this for years. Like the house itself was disgusting. That's like why when the new people who bought it like completely just like demolished it and like rebuilt it, because it was disgusting.
And the house was so like outdated too.
Yeah, and it was ridiculously outdated. But yeah, I don't know. I think she's
Two.
full of shit, and I'm waiting. And I always knew she was full of shit because Kendra never bothered to really go after her like that.
Yep.
No matter all the shit that Holly's been talking about her for years. That you haven't been friend with this bitch for years. Why are you still talking about her?
And they did like a special on like the Playboy bunnies. It came on some channel, and I
still
sat
doing
in
it.
and watched it. And even the way she would talk about like Hef, like, oh my god, like he stunk all the time and did like all this shit. And
Yeah, he stunk. He was old.
I don't want to discredit somebody's story. Like everyone has the right to like tell the truth, and I don't want to victim shame, but at the same time my senses were going off, and I was just like, something in the milk ain't clean about her stories. Like something is not adding up, and it just don't sound right.
And the one thing I
Like, it
always
just
thought
don't.
2+2 never added, because she got all that Broadway shit and all that,
Right?
or not Vegas shows, and she had like a own Vegas show.
Yep.
Which I get. Obviously, Girls Next Door was popping when
Yeah,
it
it
was
was
on TV. But
I
I'm
love
like,
that show.
she's not talented.
And she was on Dancing with the Stars, and she sucked.
I'm like,
sucked.
Like, she's like a Kardashian. Like, she legitimately had no talent. So
Right.
I didn't understand why she got that show. And then it's just something about her ain't right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
2+2 ain't adding up to 4. It's looking like 6.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
There's someone else. There's another book of someone I got that I don't really like.
This Negro, Maj, did you join the live so you can go to sleep?
No,
I'm not much of a book person.
I'm awake. What are you talking about?
I'm more visual, but
I'm awake.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, you don't hear me?
No.
You don't hear me?
Well, now
I do
we hear
now.
you.
But wait, I literally am awake. I didn't go to sleep. Like I literally switched over to a different thing.
I'm shocked. I usually be asleep.
No, I was up. I just came from the bar.
Ew.
Well, not just came. I got home at 1:00, so I literally just came. I got home at 1 from the bar.
But I like The Girls Next Door.
Huh?
I want to rewatch it. Do you
That
know
was a
what?
good
One
show.
of my friends started watching during quarantine, and it made me start because I think I don't always talk about it, but I've like talked about how I like the show was Graham.
Mm.
And Kendra was gorgeous. Like she had that like platinum blonde hair, blue up. Like she was gorge.
Yeah.
She was so pretty.
What's her name in real life?
Kendra Wilkinson.
Oh no, I was talking about Graham, but yeah, Kendra.
Oh.
No, I've seen Kendra in person. She is really pretty.
I don't see it on here. He said it's on Netflix. I don't see it on
What is on Netflix?
My friend was talking about some show on Netflix he want me to watch. I'm like, I don't see it on here.
Are you sure you're not just drunk?
I'm not drunk. I am definitely not drunk tonight. Trust me. I am not drunk.
The coach like, are you sure you're not just litty? Like you
You just left the bar, but ever since I've had COVID, it's been like I can't really drink like that.
You've had two?
Yeah, she did.
Oh my god, I did too.
I have not been like been able to really drink like that since I've gotten it.
Yeah, like I just tested like negative like a week ago. And I was like, oh my god.
I don't know. I might still have it lingering. I never tested myself again. I probably should.
I don't know.
I don't know where it is. Everybody either done come close to it or got it by now.
Yeah, my boyfriend, he was sick on New Year's Eve, and I'm like, oh no, it's fine. And then I was fine on Saturday, and then like on Sunday, I woke up and I was like, oh my god, like
Noah Lee, I'm not going to sleep.
It felt like someone kicked me in my head,
Oh Jesus.
and I couldn't stand. And then I was like throwing up everywhere. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, like there's no way. And so like
I
we took
should
2 tests,
honestly,
home
but
tests, and like
I'm not
he did it for me, and boom, I was like, oh my god. I
I
was like,
should.
oh my god, I'm positive. It's like, oh my god.
I
It
feel
was
like
bad.
everybody in New York had COVID for
Oh
like
yeah.
2 weeks.
Damn.
Yep.
Yeah.
My mom had it. My sisters had it.
No, I mean, because that was a hotbed like Florida. You know,
Yeah.
They
Florida.
don't test themselves in Florida. They don't give a fuck.
They don't. No, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
They
I know.
just go about their day.
Now we got so much snow
They be
here. They done shut down some of the
out
testing
shopping
sites.
at Trader Joe's doing vlogs. Well, I think I tested positive from COVID 2 days ago.
And then be out at the store.
You at the store.
Right, literally spraying.
Touching shit.
Yes.
Like
Don't
what?
give a fuck down there.
Took my shit and made me think the bartender took it.
And tell y'all I hate the state of Florida.
What somebody would tell me they recently tested positive. You all start kicking you right in your fucking chest.
Not you kicking them.
There was somebody that was on a flight, and someone took a picture of her texting somebody saying, I got COVID. Shh, don't say nothing. I was like, what? Yes. Yep. It was all over the news.
Oh my god.
I was like, what? And she was on a flight.
I thought you had to have the vaccine for certain airlines.
I don't know.
You just
where
have to have a
she was coming
vaccine card.
from.
You don't get tested.
Or
And
going
some
to.
places test.
But yep, I was like, oh hell no. Oh hell no.
Not all airplanes, which I need to figure out because I'm not trying to find no dirty airplane when I go to Mania.
I don't blame
you. Yeah.
Where's Mania?
Dallas, right?
Yeah, it's Arlington, Dallas.
It's in Arlington.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Texas, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I just sent you a video and you
yeah, in Texas they don't get 2 fucks.
They don't care down there either.
They don't.
It's nothing sexual. It's nothing sexual. It just went.
Are you going to Royal Rumble still?
No.
No.
I wanted to, but then I'm also like, I'm like being realistic because it's like, okay, because I technically get like roughly 3 weeks of vacation. So I was like, I'm using some of that for Mania. And then that's when I thought we were still going to do our friends trip. And then I was like, okay, and I'm taking some days for that. And then I have a couple days for a family trip or a small mini family vacation. And then the rest would be for my houseboat trip because we're going to go for longer this year.
Okay. So you had to strategize about where you're going to spend your time.
Because I was like, the houseboat trip, I always take that. And like, and that's what I told him, like, when I started, I'm like, this is like one vacation like I always take, and it's always going to be the same time of the year.
Well, for our stuff, since we canceled, Kenny might come here because she's never been here.
Mm-hmm.
So, if she does, me and AJ will probably go get her.
Well, that's good.
And then, I asked Nicole, I asked Alexis if she wanted to come, but that was when we was going to Lancaster. But Kenny said there really isn't nothing there, so I was like, well, if you we find a decent hotel for you, you can come stay here and come see Cleveland. It's hella shit to do here. So I was like, if Nicole wants to come, she can come. But I'm like,
is this Letitia Wright?
I believe she's supposed to be back on set filming now.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this movie, Death on the Nile. That looks like that train movie.
He grew his hair
It
back.
is.
Wow.
It's the second part to it. It's supposed to be an anthology movie. It comes like that detective is supposed to be a whole new cast in the same detective.
I'm trying to figure out because there's a super show at Madison Square Garden on March the 5th, and then there's a SmackDown in Brooklyn on the 21st. And I'm
They're
like, oh,
having
come on.
Raw in
When is
my
this?
city on
When is it?
Monday.
When
I'm
is this
trying to
Tuesday?
decide
Yep.
if I'm trying to go or not yet.
No, 21st
Yeah,
on a
Raw
Friday.
is coming.
Oh, okay. 21st on a Friday. All right.
I'm like, oh God. I'm like,
But
what to do?
I
What
know
to
because one
do?
of my friends is going.
I'm like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm like, damn,
Been to all of them, haven't you
that's
been
my
to all
birthday
of them?
month. So
Mm.
I'm like, should I go to both? Should I go to one? But which one? And so I asked my boyfriend, and he's like, it's up to you. I'm like, no, don't say that. No,
Oh, it sounds like it is. Hell.
Did you get the
no.
videos, Tiff?
I got the videos. Yeah.
See, look, it
I just
wasn't
haven't
sexual.
looked at them yet.
It wasn't
I
sexual.
can't get over how much weight this girl
No.
gained. This is insane.
Who?
You did anybody that that jazz girl that has that TV show on TLC?
Oh yeah.
I've never watched it.
I did off and on.
Yeah. She's a pretty girl.
She is. She gained a lot of weight.
She
She's like
did.
is getting like weight loss surgery.
What the hell?
Wait, why is he two
Yes.
tits?
Yeah.
Why did it add you like that? It added her twice.
Okay, is this a new show of 1,000-Pound Sisters? I fucking hate Tammy so much. She's terrible.
Who said that she was paying the other day? I think we was talking. Oh, my brother told me that she said she was a pansexual.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
Did they cancel
like,
my order?
alright.
I'm about to lose my fucking mind.
Speaking of order, I gotta order something on Wednesday.
What the fuck?
I don't know what happened to Tears. Y'all kind of get kicked her out. It looks like.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Strawberry.
Well, ladies and gents, we wrestling out. I'm gonna get this podcast edited today and try to get it up.
Okay.
I'm pissed.
Get that shit
That was
edited.
your order.
Yeah, I wanted that smoothie. I don't give a shit about anything else.
Oh, it's food. I just thought something else.
No, it's a damn smoothie. I'm pissed.
Oh my god. So my friends played a joke on me at the bar.
The party?
Huh?
When are you going to that party where you're gonna dress up like a furry?
Come here.
No, the bar, not the party.
I'm asking about the party though.
Oh, that's like in May.
Here we go.
Oh, it's in May.
Thank you.
Now,
Brian's birthday's in May.
What's the bar thing?
The bar we went to is called Mickey's. So literally, I went with one of my collars around my neck. So when I went to the bathroom, I had to take the collar off because I had to fucking move my neck around. My friends took the collar, and when I came back,
wait, what?
All right, cheers.
Maj wears collars.
Yeah.
What kind of collars? Like a choker?
No, like a puppy collar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait.
All right, let me explain it, Tirza.
I'll give you a visual.
I'm into. Oh shit!
No, wait, like a collar, but like a dog collar.
Yeah.
It fits my neck. It doesn't fit a dog's neck, but it fits my neck. Wait,
kinky.
What visual?
Okay.
What visual are you giving her?
I'm so mad about
Just
these
hold
fucking.
on.
I'm so pissed.
It's not that bad. Jesus.
I just can't. I'm weak.
What? It's the same stuff you used to send me.
So I'm watching my sister's dog while she's in the hospital, And I told her that like I'm keeping her. She's not going home with you. Cause she is just the sweetest dog. Like she's up now, just like staring at my face and like, oh my god, this is my baby.
She just fills you with so much love.
This is my baby, and she's the best. She's the best. I'm keeping her. Right, Bubba? Say yep. Stay it. Oh, baby.
Did you find it yet, Tiff?
Yeah, I saved it. I just gotta find it in my saved pictures. That's all.
Okay, well let me get back to this. All right.
Do you put a leash on it sometimes?
I'm sick.
No,
Yeah.
why you?
You were like the second person that asked me
I'm
that.
dead ass.
Dead ass. You're so New York. I can't stand it.
She is.
It's from Queens. You are New Yorker. You are New Yorkers.
Damn true.
I'm asking for real.
No.
That's what makes it so funny.
I mean, you're my dom, yeah, but not like by
Yeah.
myself. Not by myself though.
Hold on,
Why
I'll
not?
show her what it looks like.
First of all, why is he shocked by that? Didn't we all ask him that question?
He's not shocked. It's just Tears is asking. That's all.
Hell, I asked that question.
Josh, shut up.
Okay, now this
I'm
place
just a
better
very,
not
I'm
cancel.
just a
I'm
very
fighting someone.
inquisitive and curious person. So
No.
sorry, I'll ask
Only
a
with my
thousand
dom.
questions.
Only with my dom I do that. Have a leash on it attached to it.
Whom he hasn't seen in a while and he needs to go.
I
No.
always
Why
missed
you saying
all
I
of
need
this.
to go? Why
You do.
Why you saying I need to go?
I do believe you need to go.
Why?
It's the only thing that keeps you sane. You need to go.
You only saying that because last time you came into the Zoom, I was quiet.
Okay, now let's
Honestly,
hope this place doesn't cancel because I
no,
want a
that's not
fucking
true.
smoothie.
It looks like that.
Oh my god.
Why did you say it like that?
The mask too? Like the whole face thing?
Yes.
Mhm.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. I'll show you a better picture. Hold on. You need to see somebody in it.
Oh my god.
It's a whole community. I didn't know. And mine
And I
sent me
thought I was afraid. Oh my god.
Oh, mine's got you beat, baby.
Shame, baby.
Mine's got you beat by a long shot.
Oh my god, this cat.
Oh my
Telling
god.
you,
I can't.
I have seen some things.
Oh.
Yep.
Wow.
See, I didn't do anything wrong. You thought I was gonna say do some stupid shit, didn't you? Mm-hmm.
I can't.
But does it have like the horns on it too on the side?
What, the ears?
Oh, that's what those are?
Those are ears.
Oh. Wow. How do you like wait?
Hold on, let me see if I can find the one.
How do you
like
Are you what?
talk in that and breathe in it?
Easily. You can easily talk in it. It's air that goes through it. It's breathable. it's breathable. And plus you can remove the front, like the nose and stuff. You can remove that.
You know something? It's very cat woman-y.
They have cat ones.
Like I want one now for my
Oh my god.
Oh my god, no.
I want to wear one for my boyfriend.
What is wrong with you?
Well,
but just the mouth part.
I sent Tiff them.
Oh my god.
He has it.
But just the mouth part. So he can
What
just
is going on
open
here?
it and I have my mouth open.
I'm weak.
Ma'am.
They have I'm weak. I can't. I mean, they have that too on the site. You can get them out.
Do you have them in like different colors?
Yeah, I have green, blue, red, and black.
Oh,
And, camouflage.
colors of the rainbow.
I can't with her.
Okay. So wait, where would the leash go then? In the
On-
middle?
It will go on the
There's
collar.
usually a loop.
It will go on the collar. The collar we put around our necks.
Hold
Do
on
you,
a second.
okay, wait. So do you have somebody like walk you?
My dom.
Oh. Wow.
It's
Why
so
are you guys
funny.
laughing?
I'm sorry.
Why are you laughing?
This is so fascinating. It's interesting.
I really am.
It's like, wow.
Why are you laughing?
Cause, dude, this is tame level shit for reals. Compared
No,
to
like
what
I've heard stories, but like I've never seen a mask like that before. So I'm like, oh wow. So
you ain't
I
seen
have
that yet.
questions.
I would say the other one, but I don't want to. It ain't my business.
Okay.
Wait, what other
That's
one?
what Marquise gonna have to say.
Wait, what other one? Mine?
The water sport.
Oh, not that. No.
Uh-huh.
So are you dating this person or
No,
it's
we're not
just
dating. We're not dating. No.
They're in
You
a
don't
it's
want
just that
to.
kind of a
situationship.
situation?
Mm-mm.
It's just a friend type thing. That's all it
Okay.
is.
Okay. So you dating somebody now or no?
No, I'm single.
Okay. Okay. That's interesting. I learned something today. Why are you laughing? I'm dead serious. Are you laughing?
She's just so fascinated.
I really am.
I'm weak.
Miles will tell you anything if you're
It's the
if you tell
weird.
him
It's
if
that
you
weird
ask him, he'll
Literally.
tell
creative
you.
like side of my brain. I've
You ask
always
him,
been like very inquisitive and curious. So like if
he'll
I see
tell you.
something that like interests me, I'll ask like a bajillion questions about it.
One thing about Marquise I do like is that he will explain it so you understand. And he's not ashamed of it.
Yep.
Which I can respect.
As he as he shouldn't be.
Some
If
shit
this
he
is
should
something
be.
that you like enjoy doing, like
What?
don't be
Some
ashamed.
shit
Be proud.
sometimes he a little too free. Because he don't
There's no
ease
such
us
thing as too
into it.
free.
Yes, it
Especially
is.
like
Yes, it is.
especially if you are comfortable with your sexuality. Like there's no such thing as too free. People are like, oh my god. Like, stop.
That ain't what I mean. Not everybody is privy to it. So you ain't seen it. So you don't know. The reality is, I don't care about him doing that stuff. I want him to be happy. If that makes him happy and that's what gives him what he needs,
As long as
I
you're
don't care.
doing
I'm generally
safely and being responsible with it too.
he's fine. And
Okay.
I've talked to the Dom. He's a nice dude. Um,
Ooh, what does he look like?
he's very attractive.
Oh.
And he's older, but he's a very attractive older man. Like Maj made it seem like he was like 60 something. He was calling him old. And when we went on the Zoom, we talked
Well,
to
how
him. He
old
was
is
like, I'm
he?
not that old. And I was like, well, how old are you? And he's in his 40s. I'm like,
Man,
Marquise, you made it
That's
seem like he was
seasoned.
old.
I'm like
That's like
5
the
years from
perfect
40.
age. Like
Stop.
that's seasoned. Like they know what they're doing.
Right.
They usually got a little something in their bank account.
Yeah.
He a black man?
He
No,
what?
he's
Of course
Puerto
not.
Rican.
Oh man.
There's some black people that do
No.
it, Tizza.
Yeah, there's a lot of black people that do it. You should see TikTok. Oh my God. For some reason, at night, my TikTok is geared towards some shit that I didn't even know existed. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on here? I didn't even ask for this. It's just some weird shit. Like it's really kinky shit. And I'm like,
If you ever go to
Girl,
the
you better pick up some tips, girl, and put that on Jared. Okay.
when you live in New York, if you ever go to the Eagle, you'll find a lot of them there.
Go where?
The thing,
The Eagle, it's a bar in the Manhattan. It's a leather bar in Manhattan.
If this was me 10 years ago, I'd be like, I'm there. But like I'm all
ma'am.
I'm all wiped up and shit.
So take
I
him
can't be
with
doing
you. Shit.
No, because the second somebody get out of line, I'm beating ass.
I'm sick.
Oh wow.
The fuck? I'm playing about mine.
Nicole,
No, I
She
don't.
said, I'd rather sit at home and watch Golden Girls. I don't have time for the bullshit.
Okay.
yeah, I can't.
The
Oh,
fuck?
the video I sent you was me talking to the bartender.
What y'all talking about? I didn't get a chance to
No,
watch it because I'm over here.
my friends took my collar and said the bartender took it. So I had to go ask him, "Do you have my collar?" And they recorded it. So literally, they had it on them the entire time.
Oh.
I was like, "Y'all ain't shit."
Oh yeah. I did see that Bianca thing. I did see that because she retweeted it.
What be on the thing?
I think in 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 Africa, I think it is, someone like made a bus with her pictures on it.
What?
And yeah. Yep.
Hmm?
Yep.
That's crazy.
And it's something else there too. And she like retweeted it.
Well, you know what? Like I said, I don't have an issue with Marquise having a kink. That's his thing. He's an adult.
I feel like
Right on.
everybody has some sort of a kink though. It's not that, but like everyone
No,
has
everybody.
a
Yeah,
kink of some sort.
something that
Everybody.
they.
Oh, he finally get on his phone. Finally, fucking damn it! God damn, he took a mad
But it
long.
was just like Mars doesn't ease you into it. He's very much here.
Hey, I gave you introductions.
No, he did not. That is a lie. First of all,
It was
he
introduction to my
would come
photo.
in. He's a damn lie. He would come in there and he'd be like, "So I went to see my dom today," and I'm like, I knew
So
what he
wait,
meant
can
originally.
I ask this?
Sure, go ahead.
Is this something that you pay for?
What for my dom?
Yeah.
Yeah, I pay. Yeah, I pay.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw job
Yeah, because I asked him.
occupation. Jesus.
I asked him before.
Look.
Oh,
Like, she's tired. She's tired.
she said,
I asked him before, like,
I
if
knew what
he
you
had
meant,
got
sis. I
like,
knew what you meant.
I was like, if he had got like a partner, like, do you choose your partner based off of like if they would be interested in something like this? And he said, no. I would talk to him about it, but they don't have to. That's not the first thing I look for, which I was okay with that. I just wanted to make sure what he did, how he when he did his thing, that if he chooses a person that he would introduce him to, he would let them know about it. That way they don't feel blindsided. You know what I'm saying? He said when the time was right, he would do that. But in the beginning, no, because it's none of their business, which he's right. I didn't have a problem with that. But I was like, okay, so the relationship with the Dom is strictly professional. And he said, yeah, but it's not all sexual. So that part I was confused about. But then when he started to explain it, and then I talked to Nicole and she explained it to me too. And I was like,
Explain what?
it was a while ago. I was talking about it with her. No, we're having a conversation. And I was like, Marquise is doing some really very
Nicole.
very extreme things. I've never heard of this before, and it seems dangerous. And she was like, sometimes people with jobs like what Marquise has, they need a
Oh
different
yeah.
type of release. She was like, they might want to have something else. Like she said, sometimes people might want to cry because they can't cry when they haven't been able to cry their whole lives. So they'll go to somebody like that to have that cry for an hour and then they go back to work. And she was right, because when we talked to the Dom, which that was a year later, and I hate her sometimes because she always does this. She'll say something and then it'll come to fruition later on down the line. I was talking to the Dom and he said that verbatim. He was like, I have a client that I work with and he had a very traumatic childhood. And although he goes to therapy, it doesn't do what he needs. So he says he likes to cry. So I spank him until he cries. He has his cry and then he goes back.
Oh, I love like spanking.
Oh my God.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
The point I was trying to make is that that's how I further understood what Marquise was doing. I understood it in the beginning, but I couldn't not correlate the sex with the actions.
So can I ask this?
Sure, go ahead.
What is the craziest thing that you've done?
Oh, you need a list for that.
What? What?
He need a list.
If I can number it down, I would have to say ball stretching.
Oh my God.
Seriously, let me put it in context because Marquise was doing some crazy shit. Right? What? We was at the Zoom for like the whole throughout the pandemic, and he would want to Zoom and talk about his Dom stuff, so we would do it. He went in there and he would talk, and every single time he had a paper. There's a paper, which I've sent it to you before. He has a paper that has a list of kinks and stuff that he could possibly try or not try. And we would tell him, like, there's some extreme stuff on here. Like, he's like, I'm not going to do this, and this. Maj did almost everything on that list with the exception of like 4.
Whoa.
All of them.
Oh my God. Ball stretch. Oh my God.
Ew.
What did you stretch it with?
Girl, you don't want to know.
I do want to
know. We had like a chain. He put a chain around it, and he let the chain drop. So literally, the chain was
like a metal chain.
Yeah, it was a metal chain. It looked like a bike. It's like a bike chain. So literally, he'll hold it in his hand, and then he'll let it go. So the chain is wrapped around, my ball area, and literally, when he lets it go, the chain will drop. So it's a heavy chain, so it pulls it down.
Ooh, I need a cocktail.
Now, when we were having these type of conversations,
oh my God,
I'd be like, well, he said, gross. What is going on?
And like, I'm sure that hurt, right?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit, but it didn't hurt like pain. Like it was all right.
Wait, you have to think.
Seriously, I can explain it. He doesn't. The guy that I go to, he's professional. He's done this for years and years and years. He's known throughout the community, so he's very trustworthy when it comes to me and him exchanging. Like, okay, I want to do this. He says, okay, before you do this, I want you to research what this is, and then come back to me and let me know if you still want to do it.
Okay. So I have another question.
I'm open book.
Have you ever gotten turned on by something he's done?
I wouldn't say like turned on, but
okay.
I'm like, I get aroused.
What is this conversation?
Okay. I'm sorry.
An adult one.
I was like, I get aroused, but that's basically it.
Okay.
What do you mean by turned on though? Because there's 2 types. So are you talking about like physical,
have you ever
arousal, or like do you just like the sensation of him?
Have you ever like orgasmed off of something?
No.
Okay.
I have an orgasm. No.
Okay.
That's not true.
What? What do you
That's
mean?
not true.
What do you mean?
I remember distinctly us having a conversation about you doing that. Yes.
That I mastered? Not masturbated. That I came?
He gave you a handy. Yeah.
Yeah, he gave me a
Not
hand.
a. Oh my.
He gave me a handy, but I didn't fucking ejaculate.
You did too. You said you did.
I did?
Marquise,
Oh,
if you didn't did it this much and don't remember,
You forgot?
I did forget.
told you.
Tiffany remembered it, but I didn't remember it. So
Bruh.
I
that's
mean,
what you
but
did.
hand job is like standard. That's not like a kink.
it's
No,
not.
it was a part. He reacted to the kink, and that's why he
Oh.
got.
Yeah,
Oh. Okay. Okay.
I guess so. Okay.
He's such a dick because you know that you're sitting up here.
He said, "I
This is
guess so."
not. I swear to God.
Listen, you remembered it. I didn't remember all that, but okay.
Oh hell yeah, I remember. I remember pretty much everything. You remember it too if it's something new. And you sit up here like, what the fuck is going on here? I mean, the other stuff certain stuff that he did, I was fearful.
Yep,
And I was like,
I remember the fireplace.
but like I said, after I talked to his dom, which was like a year or so later, as I talked to him, I was like, okay, he's fine. Because he's really nice. He's a really nice guy. And he was like, when we talked to him, I don't think Nicole was there.
No,
She had to work. And it was me,
What?
Don, Janae, and Alexis wasn't there either.
Nico was there.
She was,
I
yeah,
was not there.
she wasn't. And she was mad. No, she was mad because she didn't get to talk to him.
Yeah, Nico was. Yeah, I said that. Nicole
I
wasn't
know.
there. Neither was Wesley.
But she had to work. And we had put it in the group chat and she had to work. And I was like, okay. And then the second time we were going to do it, I promised Tirza that I would add her too. But we couldn't get in touch with Maj's Dom. He didn't. He had something he had to do. So I didn't invite anybody. I just went on hand and was like, okay, well. Sometimes if Marquise wants to do the Zoom, he'll generally talk about that because he doesn't have a problem with answering the questions. And we'll make fun of him. But it's not in a teasing manner. It's more like poking fun at the little brother. I just want him to be safe. That was my only concern. And as the year progressed throughout the pandemic, he would up the ante. And that's what made me scared. I was like, what are you doing? Because the fire play one is the one, and then the knife play one is the one that freaked me out.
Yeah, just be safe and just careful. That's like my thing too.
I was like, what is going on? How are you doing this? And then I needed clarity. And I was
Because
just like,
knives and fire and shit. Yeah.
the first thing I thought of was being on the spigot and just being turned. And I was like, is he greasing you up with some oily shit? Like, what is going on? And he said, no.
So Tammy from 1,000 Pound Sister goes to this new treatment center, and this new treatment center is like 20 minutes from where we live at, or from I live at.
Oh wow.
Oh, word?
And because my best friend Michael and Brian and I, like, we fucking love this show. Like, we're obsessed with them because we started watching this during quarantine or during lockdown. And so we were like, we need to go visit her and be like, oh, we're her family. And be like, we're such big fans.
Oh, no.
No, that is so fucked up.
That is horrible.
That is so messed up because not you took that. Yeah. I'm done. I'm done. Okay. I'll walk right in there.
Well.
Be my child.
I don't think I have anything else to talk about. We're gonna talk about Maj's kinky shit, so
I'm
that's
just
about
texting.
it.
I'm just texting while I'm talking to y'all.
What happened?
I'm just texting while I'm talking to y'all. So
I can't do.
what? Just text me. So I gotta text them back.
Who texted you?
This guy named AJ.
Asia.
Is this a new prospect?
Is he a new what?
A new prospect.
I thought you said new project. I was like, is he a new what?
What
What the
nationality
fuck?
is he?
I don't know. I really don't know what nationality he is. I never asked.
He clearly not black.
He looked like he practiced the Quran and all that stuff. I don't know.
He looks like what?
He looked like he practiced the Quran, whatever religion that is.
You mean he looks like he's Muslim?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow.
You know what? I need to go just because of that. Are you kidding me?
I didn't know.
You could have just said Middle Eastern.
Oh my god.
I could.
Marquise.
I'm so sorry.
Jesus.
What? That's the only thing that came in my head. That's the first thing that came in my head.
Babe, everything that comes into your mind should not be said.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
And you can't look a religion. So
That's the first thing that came in my head. I was like, I'm gonna send you a picture of what he looked like. Hold on.
I think you should stick to saying he's Middle Eastern. Nicole is correct.
Middle East.
How does Tammy able to keep moving into these new places?
Because she getting all that money from TLC. And before that, they was making money on YouTube, from what I heard.
Not only that, well, because you know how Tammy be on those BBW sites.
A word.
One of my friends found her pictures on it. I was like, ugh.
Is she naked on there?
Yes. One,
No,
she's like naked
no.
on a toilet.
Naked on a toilet.
No, she is not. No, she is not.
Dead ass.
Mm-mm.
Tip, I just sent you a picture. It's in your DMs.
Oh, shit. Were they trying to get you to talk to the bartender or something?
No, I think they was because they made it look. They told me my collar, and I went up to him.
Things not blowing.
So I was like, oh shit.
You don't feel that?
I love talking to bartenders.
Okay.
He was a good looking bartender. I ain't gonna lie though. I was not interested in talking.
Y'all, we have our work outing next Wednesday.
Oh, Marquise, he looks mixed.
Mixed with what?
Like mixed with black mixed. He's got
Don't
kinky
tell him
curly
now.
hair.
You run away.
Can I send it in the group chat so Nicole can see?
I was about to send it to Nicole now.
Okay, because he has kinky curly hair.
I don't know what he is, to be honest. Yeah, just send it to Nicole. So wait a minute.
Oh, let me go look.
Don, hold on, Don. I got the picture. Hold on.
Oh, look at Scarlett.
He said,
"Fuck you, Don."
Wow.
Oh wow. Oh wow, Scarlett.
Wow, she's really
He looked mixed.
pretty.
She looked good.
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying.
Scarlett looks good in this picture.
Yeah, she looks very good.
She looks good.
How did they let her go? Blows my mind.
I don't know.
What's got his hair back? His hair growing.
Okay, Don. So the guy he sent us the picture of kind of straddles that okay to not okay line because he was like No, for real, he does.
I'll send him in a group chat. Hold on.
Like he looks
He
like
might lose
he's
interest in the
mixed.
summertime.
Yeah, like he'll get darker.
I hate y'all. Y'all ain't shit.
What?
I'm gonna lose interest in the summertime. Really?
Yeah, because he's gonna get darker.
What does that got to do with anything?
When's the last time you dated somebody who was dark skinned, Marquise?
I cannot remember.
Point proven. I mean, there he goes. Like he's
Now
still a
Tammy got a
bird.
drinking problem. What is going on?
I said, okay, I approve.
Yeah.
No, because he's mixed. He's got. She said he's cute, thick, and ethnic. He still could be Muslim and be mixed, and that's part of the problem.
Well, he's found my kinky He found my kinky stuff, so he was like, he likes that kind of stuff. So like, cool.
He said what?
He came to my profile because he saw my kinky pictures. You know, with the pup play and all that shit. He said into that, so he sent me a message and was talking about it in my message. I was like, oh, all right, cool. So we like been chit chatting, so like for a good couple of weeks.
Lamar said, "Good job."
Oh, yeah, I see that.
I mean, because it's outside of your norm, so.
I mean, he's like a planeteer, if that makes any sense.
I mean, I generally just want you to be with somebody who actually cares about your feelings and isn't treating you like shit. I don't really care what they look like, but I am concerned that you don't date outside of a certain aesthetic. And while I understand it to a certain extent, I feel like you're kind of cutting off your chances at finding somebody like genuinely cool. That's all.
I give him a chance. Like, I'm not gonna. No, I gave him my number. We're actually texting as I'm speaking to y'all.
Wow.
The Puerto Rican model type. Yes.
It's the freaking Puerto Rican model type.
This is true.
I ain't denying it.
I mean, if that's what you like, I'm not shitting on it, but like.
I'm not gonna say stop talking to AJ because he seems like a cool dude. So
if you're gonna talk to him, I say give him a fair shot.
I am gonna give him a fair shot. What are you talking about?
I know you better than that.
That I'm not gonna even give him a chance. If I was not gonna give him a fair shot, I would have been like, you know what, bro, I'm not interested. But I don't give my number out to everybody.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm just saying. That's the quickest way to get in contact with me is my phone number. Just don't call me.
Nigga.
What? I don't like being on the phone. Just text me.
Just a quick way to get in contact with me. Just don't call me.
Just text me. I will answer a text message faster than I answer my phone.
Don said he feel like you're giving him a chance. I hope so.
Yes.
Oh shit.
I am gonna give him a chance. I'm not gonna deny that. Like what?
I hope so.
Yes, I am. Yes.
That's all I can say.
I want to give him a chance. I will do what I usually do. You see photos pop, well, not photos, but yeah, photos. You'll see photos pop up when he gets to that point. I'll make sure I tag you in it, Tiff. Like, see, Tiff, there you go.
I don't need no proof. I don't need no proof, honestly. I just want you to take your time and find somebody cool. I do the same thing to Nicole if this was her.
I don't know. I need to probably get better at dating. I was talking to one of my coworkers about this. Because I was like, there's one of the few things for 2022 I was like, I need to work on. It's like opening up my dating pool and not necessarily open it, but don't like shut down so quickly.
Oh, okay. What do I change his
What the fuck is this bitch making?
I didn't know his name in. I put AJ. That's his name.
I be looking at some people on Shop and I'd be like, what is you making?
I feel that can't no motherfucker call me but Aaron. Ooh, y'all ain't shit. But no, I agree because I don't like being on my phone either. But I don't generally tell people that because I feel bad.
I don't know what to say about that.
I do feel bad when I tell people I don't want to be on the phone.
You know what? I'm gonna find the ringtone Nicole was talking about, the text tone Nicole was talking about.
What text tone was that?
Gotta look it up first. Hold on. Really press it. No, text tone, not that. There it is. This one. Wait, damn it! It's oh, shit, that's text tone. I didn't realize my text tone. Let me put it. Hold on. Too low. I need another. Wait, higher.
I cannot.
Oh my god.
What?
What was that? It sounded like a screeching.
It was a raptor. It was a velociraptor.
Oh hell no.
What?
It was
That was his fucking ring.
my
What
text.
in a Jurassic Park? Why do you have that?
Fucking weirdo.
It's a text tone I'm setting for AJ's text tone, so I know it's him.
Are you fucking serious?
Yes, I'm fucking serious. Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Just
So I know he texted me, so at least I know that's him.
you could use anything.
Like what?
I don't fucking know how iPhones work. I don't have one. I have an Android. So I pretty much can have music for my ringtones. Okay.
Listen, I set different ringtones for people, and I set different text tones. At
My
least I
shit
know.
is always on vibrate.
Uh,
My phone has been on vibrate and or just like the generic iPhone ringtone for like 5 years.
okay.
Did you say 5 years?
Yeah, I'm not even exact. I'm probably more than that, honestly. I don't remember the last time I've had a ringtone.
Oh Jesus.
Especially because it's like I don't like hearing phones ring. Like I can't stand the sound of it. And sometimes the only time I'll ever have it like weird occasions when I'm out somewhere I might have it, and that's usually if I'm somewhere that's like loud but not too loud. Because sometimes you're somewhere where it's like loud and you won't hear or feel the vibrate, because
Yeah.
some vibrates are like loud enough that you can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how my vibrate on my phone is. Like it's loud enough I can hear it.
What I might find funny, Aaliyah? What happened?
So I don't know. I don't need a ringtone. I don't like it. On that note, I'm going to try to go to bed because it is 3 a.m.
Oh,
It is.
shit. I should have been
I
asleep.
have a few more minutes and then I have to shut it
I should have
down.
been asleep like 3 hours ago
Why aren't you asleep?
because I'm not tired. I'm legit not tired. That alcohol is still in my system.
You're the only person I know that would go to a bar on a Monday and get litty.
Because my friend hit me up and he was like, he didn't say bitch, but he was like, yo, we going out tonight? I was like, yeah, sure. Like this is some last minute shit, but okay, I'll go. I ain't doing nothing but watching these Eternals. I'll go out. Sure.
So, like, you've been sober for a while. I just want to understand why you've gone back to drinking.
I don't know. I just do it when I go out. It loosens me up.
Sir.
It loosens me up. So
Don said there's no rest for the wicked. Bruh.
not rest for the wicked.
My phones have been on vibrate since the first time I've ever gotten a phone. That's almost 9 years. I don't see how y'all get anything done. I really, I really don't. I miss a phone call and I feel like the world is clouding around me.
Um, I do not like answering my phone because everybody want to be on the phone for like 3 hours or 2 hours. I'm just like, no, 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 no. My
Well,
father.
I have two businesses I run. I can't not be on my phone.
See, you have a reason why you have two businesses. Me, I don't have a business, so we do not need to be on the phone for 2 hours. Like, what we talking about for 2 hours? Like,
Well, I
what?
don't like being on the phone that long unless the conversation is really, really cool. But like,
My
if
conversation.
I'm talking to somebody and we having a conversation, like, and it get to that far, like sometimes I can't help it. The first ever Velociraptor sound from Jurassic Park was actually turtles doing the do, and they had to record it for the movies.
Damn, I did not know that.
What?
Thank you for that information.
Because there's too many sounds and haptics. I love my ringtones, honestly. He said, "Hold on, because we've been on the phone since 11:30, sir. It's 3:15 in the morning, and you still on the phone. You must really like him.
I assume he probably do. 11:30. God damn.
That's a very long time."
I could be on video
Um,
time, but not on my phone.
I actually really I like talking on the phone when I'm talking to certain people. But like I can't. One thing I can't stand about phone etiquette is when I text people and they don't text me back. Like that shit is rude as fuck to me.
Mm.
Especially when it's important. If it's just some regular shit, and I'm just like, "What you doing?" and you don't feel like texting back, that I can be okay with. But if I text you like, "Hey, listen, I need to tell you something," and then I'm telling you, and then you never respond, or I'm asking you to get something for me, and you don't at least say, "Okay, cool, I'm gonna get it," and then an hour go by, and I'm like, if I was dying and all I could do was text you, I definitely would be dead
It was
because you motherfuckers don't want to text back, or at least just be like, "Hey, I'm gonna text you back in a minute." Like it's just proper etiquette. Like, fuck out of here.
I just send a whole paragraph and then I leave it at that. I wait till they answer back.
I hate you too, cause then I have to look at the view all and read this whole long ass diatribe you done typed.
Listen, if you one of those people that take 5 hours to answer back, I'm gonna just send you a whole paragraph, piece by piece, of what I want to talk about. And when you answer back, you let me know how you what you have to say about it. That's it.
That nigga said I'm gonna send you a whole paragraph. I can't with you.
What?
Always had it in my pockets, especially when I was younger. But I'm always on my phone. I talk to my best friends all day. I'll be on the phone with Aaron for hours. I'll be on Zoom or live with y'all for 3 hours. Then my phone always in my hand. So you don't need it because it's always by you. But see, I'll put my phone down in a minute. If I'm asleep, bitch, and you call, you'll be lucky that I answer, to
I
be
had
honest
my
with
mom do that. Call me when I'm well. No, I've had my ex do that. Call me when I'm asleep, and my mom does that sometimes. She'll call me when I'm asleep. I
we
don't.
done talked about everything now from
We have bills.
Maja's kinks to phones. And we're running out of conversation.
Listen, we like making it up as we.
Uh-oh. Your little being called.
Yeah, he sent three.
Oh,
He sent three
we
messages.
lost.
You lost who?
No, the call was a bit, but we lost Tears.
Yeah, I don't know
He
why.
left earlier.
Oh, it says just AJ. I was trying to spell his name. My laptop is showing me the message, so I ain't gotta look at my phone. So he can wait. He can wait for me to reply. Wait, why the fuck is he still up? It's like three something. Why is he still up?
Who are you talking about?
AJ. I got like 5 messages, but since I'm on my laptop, my messages come through my laptop and show me what he write, what he's writing. Oh shit! Oh fuck! My back hurt now. My back hurt. I feel cozy. Sorry, people. It's still looking at me. Oh my god. Alright.
This coach bag is gorgeous.
I should go to. Oh, he sent. Oh, yes, he sent me an actual picture besides his Instagram photo. Great. Let me see. Oh shit.
Child,
Oh shit.
y'all have a good night. I will go live tomorrow after NXT.
Okay.
I will go live tomorrow over here after NXT, and then Thursday we're gonna do Therapy Thursday, and I think that I want to talk about. I want to talk about what you do after high school if you're not going to college. I think that's a good topic to have.
What time are you starting the therapy on Thursday?
My therapy session is at 8:00.
Hopefully, I'm home.
I might start it later. I will post it on Instagram to tell y'all when I'll start it. I'm not gonna go live on Instagram this week because Instagram is irritating and I don't want to go over there. So I am going to come back over here. Like I said, tomorrow we'll talk about NXT and if any new developments happens. Oh, I forgot to bring up Ali. So Ali is well, he asked for his release from WWE. It doesn't mean that it was granted. It just means that he asked for it. A lot of people want him to go to AEW. I personally don't. I'd rather he move into Hollywood spaces. I think Ali would work really well in terms of stunt training and doing characters and stories. I think he's very good at that, and I think he could move into that space. But either way, good luck to him, and I hope that he finds his place and where he needs to be.
True.
Okay? So we'll talk about NXT tomorrow. We already talked about Walter and Roderick's match, which is happening. And hopefully they'll have some other stuff besides Mandy in a bikini holding up a fucking title. Hopefully they have some other shit. Not here. Don said he still ain't do shit at AEW. That is not a fix. I mean, that's how they feel, baby. I don't. And I'm pretty sure that he has his sights on something else. Because he has a better shot of getting on TV and actually doing something great on WWE than he does with AEW. And I don't care what anybody says. I feel that way 100%.
Mm.
Their black talent is marginalized, as is the Latina talent. And I don't see in any way, shape, or form how he would not be marginalized, despite the fact that Tony Khan is a brown person just like he is. Doesn't matter.
Mustafa Ali is talented. That dude is talented as fuck.
Yeah, he's very good. Which I think him getting injured derailed him, and WWE like lost their luster for him, which I hate. I hate that for Ali because Ali could have been great. And he could have been at the top of the mountain right now. We really wouldn't have to worry about him being booked because he would have something because he would be a former champion. You feel what I'm saying? But
I feel you.
But because of his injury, they moved him out. But the blessing in disguise is that Kofi got it. But in the end, that ended up hurting Ali. So while it's great, it's still a double-edged sword. Anyways, I'll figure out what they're going to do for NXT tomorrow. I'll post it on my Instagram, and then we'll talk about it here. And I'll try to find some other stuff to talk about tomorrow. And then we'll do Therapy Thursday like we always do. And I will round out the week with Friday review of SmackDown. And then, good Lord. And then we'll probably have something else to talk about. Hopefully the wrestling world will remain quiet this week. But I do have to report my podcast tomorrow, so I may or may not, because I just remembered I have to do it, so I may or may not be able to come live. If I don't, I'll do all of the reviews and stuff on Thursday. Okay? So everybody have a good night. Marquise, go to bed and stop texting your Velociraptor. Okay? Go to sleep. Leave your Velociraptor alone.
Okay.
Don, you leave your man alone too. You've been on the phone for almost 4 hours. Okay? If you ain't talking about what you were supposed to talk about, bitch, it ain't gonna happen. Go to bed. Sleep. Close your eyes. Okay? Ugh, I got to tell y'all kids everything. Lord have mercy. I will talk to you guys on Thursday probably because I have to do the podcast tomorrow. So yeah. Bye.
Bye.